he is.
Yeah. Now I need to, luckily I don't need money as a first few rider, so I can work out what I need to do getting that one and then getting back to here. Yeah, I know.
So you might have one jumping off and you spin.
When I saw how many hours it allocated to, I just think, oh my god, it's going to take all day. But
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Cross Country Day here at the FEI European Eventing Championships at Hartpury in the heart of Gloucestershire. It is Cross Country Day. We've had 2 full days of dressage, and the juniors and young riders are here to battle it out for the honours and the medals, which will be decided tomorrow in that final phase of this equine triathlon in the show jumping. It won't just be me sitting alongside me, a lady that knows all about the pressures and the thrills and spills of juniors and young riders having come up through the system. It is, of course, Ginny Howe. Ginny, a very good morning.
Good morning, Spencer. It's fantastic to be here.
It's a nerve-wracking day, cross-country day. The nerves will be high. Just tell us about how that feels.
Well, yeah, a lot of sleepless nights on the Friday evening, and then, you just want to get out there and get going. And I think there's going to be a lot of tension around the stable yard, and all the young riders will just be wanting to get out there. But as soon as you get into that start box, hopefully the nerves will go and they'll be doing their best.
Yeah, I can remember it well. And Eric Winter has designed an amazing track out there for the juniors and the young riders. This purpose-built equestrian facility alongside with the agriculture as well, the sporting excellence that brings so much fun to so many young people. That is why the Junior and Young Rider Championships have come here. Dom, the course builder, he's just dressed these fences so beautifully.
It is beautiful. I mean, what an exciting venue to be at. I mean, it's just top of the class. Yeah, a university and college. Like, how lucky are we?
Well, let's have a look down that start list. Alfonso Bilbao Castillo will be first out for Spain, and there are about 21 nations represented here. Finn Healy, the first to go for Great Britain, with Father's Compromise lying really well after the first phase in the dressage. He is, of course, a former gold medalist in ponies, not only individually but in the team back in 2019. Then we go over the page, and the next to come we see coming into the cross country the Italian Maria Laura Del Lorio and Fernhill Fancy That. Splinter Bergsma with Vigo Key SR. Julia Adams for Ireland. Milcham Aldeo in the team. A number of team and individuals scrambled in amongst them. Hedger Volga and Niagara de Champonet in the team. Germany, of course, out in front after 2 days of dressage, but it's very close at the top of that leaderboard. Jamie Saville, Grange Ash Sparrow, a very experienced combination for Great Britain, 29th. Stair Van Oot, crossbar Raider Love, followed by Holly Clark with Nico, and it's going to be exciting. The first horses out on the cross country are going to be the Telltale, and the riders will be watching these very closely on the closed circuit televisions down at the start. There are very, very few opportunities to really get into the crux, but when those first horses go out of the start box, it will be all to play for.
It really will, and everyone will be watching them, you know, just to learn from and just see how the combinations are riding.
They have watered immensely here. The tracks, they are green, they are lush. We've had particularly dry weather here in Great Britain, but the team have done an amazing job, and that is all down testament to the hard work that they've put in over the last few weeks. Isabel Cook, second last to go. She lies in silver medal position with Mexican Law. That is a really exciting one. Team GB A, B and C. Straight route. It's a big, bold straight route. And Jin, just talk us through this.
I mean, that was really nicely done. He gave the horse time as he approached the A-B element, and he just popped into the water, and you could see the rider got his eye on the element for the C, and nicely done.
Yeah, really super. There is a long route, should he need it, a get-out-of-jail-free card if he needs that, coming out of that water at 12, up to the home farm gate at 13, and then on to the Andrews Burn rail, step and brush at 14, A, B and C. We've got a new starter away. And this is for Ireland, Tom Rowlett McCormick and Mon Ami Amy in the team for Ireland. 14-year-old gelding. Ireland, a team lying in the bronze medal position overnight. They really did perform quite brilliantly in the dressage. Coming on to that first combination fence at 4.
Lovely. That was beautifully through there. The horse really locked on and just jumped out of his stride.
It's interesting, the first horse we saw just had a look into the bottom, and there with the Irish combination, never even blinked.
Didn't even look, no. I think like the first horse out, actually, it just took him a minute or two just to get into his stride, and now he seems to be making easy work of the course.
Yeah, it's one of those tracks, as we were walking and driving around yesterday, he's put those single fences in, he's put those combination fences in. I think where it gets really intense is from the cross-country apple cart at 10, the corners, the water, the gate, the step, and then onto the bunker. It all comes on quite quickly, and he's coming onto the bunker now. We walked left and right there yesterday.
Yeah, we did, and it was interesting. So he went the left side there, and I just thought for myself, from a rider's point of view, jumping the left side actually lined you up better for the B element coming out, and he did that really smoothly.
Really smoothly. One element in the water, the Hartpury Shield in the water at 17, disappearing behind the bushes, having to ride quite hard. And we were worried about, when we were walking the course, the reflection of those shields in the water. But by the time they've galloped through, there's a good 30 metres or so in the water. They break the water up.
Exactly. There's a good ripple on the water, so the horses find it slightly easier to read then. It's just if the water was completely still, that's where the perception is a little bit more tricky.
And we've done a lot of research into water and the way that horses jump in. When we've got to jump into water, we see quite often, we saw it at Houghton, we saw it at Lemulan, there are jets that break the water up to give a little bit of a ripple effect. Here, they run through the water, so they break the water up as they go through it. This is our next away. And this will be for Austria. This is Helena Verma with Innsbruck M, member of the team for Austria, a 12-year-old mare.
Well, Tom moving very well for Ireland. He's now moving into the first.
Well, we go back to the Irish combination at that apple cart, and they run down to these two corners now.
So Tom,
two big
coming
questions for the Irish combination of Tom Rowlett McCormick for Ireland, Mon Ami Amy. Nice. They're jumping that really well.
They are jumping it really nice. The horses are reading it really well. So he's just coming now onto the water, and this horse looks quite keen.
Yeah, you've got to have that with the horses. We go back to the Austrian combination, coming down now to the cord pile. Beautifully decorated again with the huts and the little hats on the top.
Definitely wins the best dressed, this fence.
Doesn't it? Absolutely. And now to 5A and 5B. The first combination fence for Helena Verma for Austria. Just about to come up to the first. Oh, an enormous
big jump.
Lovely.
Oh, lovely. Brilliant.
I think the nice thing about that is that she rode on a really super long rein. Allowed the little mare just to see where her feet were going, see what was there, and give her that length of neck.
Exactly, and the reward she got was a lovely jump over that.
Really nice jump. Well, she will come through the trees. She jumps one fence, the Hartpury Equine Academy Acorn at 6, then through to the Burkitt's Brush Oxter at 7. Lots of people out there walking the course. Juniors out there seeing how the course is riding. Young riders walking their course for later on. So popping through the fence line and onto this Brush Oxter before they climb the hill.
Just pops and jumps, this horse, just really, really easily.
Yeah, really easily clear of the first 7, back to the Irish combination. And remember, Ireland are sitting so well after the first 2 days of dressage. Another one to go left, Jin. That was your preferred route, because you think they gave them a much nicer line to this nasty little arrowhead rail at the B element.
Yeah, I think it did. I think everything is in your sight. It's very obvious to the horse then. And
that's really important an important fact to remember is that you've walked this course 3, 4, 5 times. The horses have not. So giving them the most time to see those fences is absolutely key and paramount.
Yeah, it really is. And so here we have the Austrian rider coming down to that combination.
Yeah, up at the combination coming down the hill. Well, Helena Verma. That was a few moments ago. She's now at the apple cart at 10 before the jump 1 brush corners. This so far has jumped really well. It's not an easy fence.
It's not, and the B element is a big brush. It's a big fence.
And completely blind on you. Go round the castle, then there's another left-handed corner. And that is again where Eric Winter's been really clever, putting a left-handed corner on a right-handed turn. It opens the left shoulder, so you've got to keep that shoulder closed as you come to that corner.
Absolutely, it's all about the control. And remember, they're chasing the optimum time also, so that's one area where you don't want to be taking any risks.
Well, this is now Margot Rivière with Didier de Balmoral, French rider in the team for France. France again lying pretty well after the dressage. This 12-year-old mare. In fact, a 9-year-old mare, Didier de Balmoral for France. Margot Rivière, Didier de Balmoral down to this single fence, 4 single fences to get these horses, and then this combination at 5A and 5B. And we walked that. Did you walk the striding there?
Yeah, it came up very nice and even there. It gives the horses a chance because of the ramp that they can chip in if they want to, but the stride is actually even.
It's one of those things I think we're trying to slightly steer away from, is that it's not on 3, it's not on 4. Use your brain, go on what the horse has seen, because quite often you want to go on the 3 and the horse going, I think it's 4 here. And you've got to be reactive, haven't you?
You have to be, and you can walk a distance so many times, but you actually don't know how they're going to jump it, like particularly there. Some might sort of look down into the ditch a little bit, and then you will have to move up for the next distance. But I think it's just being able to react using your eye. I think it's so important.
Yeah, it really is, and being reactive as you're going cross country, it is an art. It is something that I don't think is learned. I mean, it's something that you either know or you don't. You can certainly learn to a degree, but my goodness me, cross country riding is really changing over the years. Now coming down to the next combination. This is down the hill to those very narrow little fences, the Hartpury University route balls.
And that's another rider just to take that inside line there, the slightly quicker route. You can put a curve in there if you wanted to, but everyone's going quite direct.
Do you think anyone's going to go any other way?
I'm reckoning maybe 1 or 2, maybe, although it does seem to be riding very well.
And that will be getting back to the riders as well, won't it?
Absolutely, yeah. They're all going to be watching this. Just coming there to the 11AB corners. And there, just gave the horse time, but kept the control and kept the shoulder.
And a nice pat down the neck just to give the horse confidence again, because that from one combination, we go straight to another.
Yeah, exactly. Keeping that horse's confidence up. Because, yep, we've got the good question here at the water.
And really important there to change gear. Not to take too much away from the canter, but to change gear, make it and a run out. And you just feel there coming through the water as she met that dry ground that they weren't quite singing from the same hymn page. It's not about just singing from the same hymn page, but being on the same line and singing the same language.
Absolutely, like the horse jumped quite carefully in there, did make the 2 strides into there, but then she just lost the momentum slightly coming through the water and the horse didn't really lock on.
A much straighter line going that longer route. But
that was a shame.
It's something that you'll probably end up learning from, isn't it? But you see here again, she jumps in quite big, lands, she sits up really nicely, the mare not really looking where she's going, and she comes onto the dry ground. This is what we were talking about before. You've walked the course. She could have just taken 1 extra stride to come out on that turn to get and make sure that fence was
Exactly.
in front.
Exactly, and just make it quite obvious. There's plenty of time once you've jumped in over the B element just to take your time, make a slightly wider turn and say, there's the skinny, there are the flags.
Well, now we move to Matti Garlex for Germany with Ludwig 282 riding in the team for Germany. This Westphalian 10-year-old by Light On. Coming down to the first combination fence at 5A and 5B. Again, a little bit of determined riding coming in there, because even though those trees are in the ditch, they're suspicious.
They are very suspicious of what could be hiding underneath there.
I think horses are quite remarkable. You think that we walk the course 3, 4, as I said, 3, 4, 5 times. These horses have not seen anything, travelling on average 520 metres per minute. Those fences come up so quickly, and they've got to be reading
Absolutely,
them.
and that's where it's having that partnership with your horse. You know, it's all about trust.
Absolutely, it really is. And that is, again, why Eric's been clever. He's given them a combination fence. If they were to lose any confidence, he's given them then a run and jump fence to get that confidence back into the system. We always talk about, over the first few fences, putting money in the bank, because every now and again you're going to want to give them a fiver, or maybe in my case the whole lot, because I've made a monumental mistake. He's gone round.
There we go.
And it wasn't the easiest of jumps when he got there.
No, I think it actually almost put him offline.
Yes.
We did walk both options, didn't we, yesterday, Spencer? You can still come on the inside, but then just come a bit squarer to that B element.
Absolutely.
But he did go round the decoration.
Well, as we go back up course, jumping that apple cart before the 2 corners at 11AB, the Jump 1 brush corners. Jump 1, a big sponsor here at Hartpury for the FEI European Championships for eventing and dressage here. If you've missed any of the action over the last 4 days, medals have been decided in the team and the individual. The freestyle going on today for the dressage. Then do go back and watch. You can go on to the FEI TV website or Clip My Horse and watch at your leisure. New starter away. This is now for Belgium, Marcus Burgers with Callister von Vickenova. This is a 12-year-old by Chippendale Zeds.
And another one coming here to the water, nicely in.
And just seemed there to take that extra stride out.
Yeah, he did. He just took a little bit more time just to come back at that skinny.
Going back to the Belgian rider, jumping the cordwood pile at 4 before the first combination fence. The Hartpury Sport plank spreads at 5A and 5B. Super grey, boldly up onto the bank. Maybe just a little bit too boldly, because the horse then just went, hang on.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on here.
Almost on the lip of that bank. He almost thought that was another jump, didn't he? And he just had a quick check of his watch there, Marcus did. So I'd be very interested to see what some of the times might be from one of the finishers.
Yeah, we'll try and give you some times just as soon as we can. But you can see the difference of where they've been watering. They've also put sand down where they've needed to, but the green path against the brown outsides. They really have done a brilliant job. We walked around and it felt super underfoot.
Yeah, it really did. The amount of water that's gone onto this course, it has made a huge difference. And this lovely grey has got massive stride as he's cruising up the hill, ready for that table at the top of the hill.
Yeah,
and there's a finisher.
Yeah, that is a finisher. And you can see the fans and also all the water stations at the end of the cross country, and that really important to have those facilities at the end of the cross countries. We go back to the German rider coming through the Dell, and he again wants to take that left-hand route in the bunker, the Hazelwoods bunker, 16A and 16B, splashing through the water. We talked about the length of the splash breaks the water up before those shields coming at 17. And it does give, when we drove round, you could see the reflection in the water, but actually galloping through, you can see the ripple. It's very clear on them once they get in.
It is very clear for them there when the ripple is running through the water like that. So just going back to that, the bunker, that's riding particularly well. It's an interesting fence because you run down into the bunker and then actually land up on higher ground, and it's riding very well.
Yeah, I think I said yesterday when we were walking it, they land a little bit flat
Exactly,
on
yeah.
the top, which then gives you actually a little bit of a chance then to just come to that arrowhead. Well, now Leda Neighbour with ACSI T-Bone EHZ in the team for the Netherlands. This is owned by Wolf Neighbour-Loosman. I don't quite know. I probably should know. Lucinda Green sitting alongside, getting ready. She's going to come in commentary. But the ACSI is a prefix that's used with Alice Neighbour-Loosman's horses and the likes of Harry Belafonte. And this being a neighbour, I think they've got to be related somehow. And it's quite often that we see the juniors coming through. We've got certainly Matthias Ruder and Kai Ruder's son here in the lead after the dressage. Isabel Cook, Tina Cook's daughter. We saw the likes of Daisy Bathe with Charlotte Bathe. And, you know, having your kids out there, it makes us feel jolly old.
It really does, Spencer.
Well, there's Leda Neighbour and ACSI T-Bone come down to 5. And again, she's changed gear.
And he just looked a little bit suspicious there, that horse, but actually went over the fence, made a really nice shape.
They were lying in 22nd place after the dressage on 32.3. Well, just about to come down into view and on to the Burkitt's Brush Oxer at 7. This is a Leda Neighbour, ACSI T-Bone. Nice straightforward fence before going up the hill. And they've got one more straightforward fence, lovely gallop and jump fence, isn't it there? Up the hill they come, and then it all gets quite complicated running down the hill. Gravity takes over before that narrow fence at the end. We saw one go round. Didn't look the easiest of jumps at that either. Well, just about to approach that log on the top of the bank.
You've just got to have
another one going round. Interesting, isn't it?
Very interesting, yeah.
Actually jumped it better.
It did jump it much better, yeah. Saw the question, and it was very obvious in front of him then.
So far, I think we've seen 2 go round the outside, and the majority go on the inside line. That was a few seconds ago. We catch up with Leda Neighbour down at the apple cart. It's a big fence too.
It is a big fence, yeah, and off of the turn there, they have to take their time to just make sure you're completely square to it. But it almost helps set you up ready for this combination coming here at 11A and B, the 2 corners. And she made that happen. Really nice. The horse jumped quite big over the first one, and then she had to make that turn. And we've got the first British rider out now, Finn Healy.
Yeah, Finn, former individual and team gold medalist from the European Championships for ponies back in 2019. And Finn coming forwards as a team rider with Father's Compromise. Back with Leda Neighbour, though, at the first of the waters.
She came on quite a tight line there, Svenny, actually, but the horse read the question and locked on.
Yeah, it's one of those fences, and we quite often talk about it as we just go back up course to the Belgian rider. Wrong graphic. So that is our Belgian combination just coming towards home. Very nearly home for them. Callister von Vinkenhoven.
Over the first of the
just at those Gemini starred stone walls at 18A and 18B. We just saw Finn Healy with Father's Compromise leave the start box. They're lying well after dressage as well. Lying in 10th place with a score of 31.1. And the team in silver.
And here we are back with Finn, coming round to that nice box brush at fence 7. Lovely over that. And then he's just going to cruise on up the hill just before the first combination.
Yeah, this is, in fact, the second combination
sorry,
out
yes.
on course for Finn Healy, Father's Compromise, as he just meets that rising ground before the big fence on the top. That sets them up nicely coming down the hill. Owned by Michelle Pritchard, by Shenandoah Sarko St. Given. Going inside line. Stick in his right
Lovely.
hand. Made that happen, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, the horse was quite onward coming down the hill there, and he had to really just sit him back on his hocks and say, right, there's another element.
So Finn Healy at the apple cart, sponsored by the Cross Country app at 10, and then the jump one brush corners. Two corners, they come up quite quickly, right-handed corner to left-handed corner. The second corner completely blind on the horses, and it actually looks like Father's Compromise is taking a quite strong hold.
Quite a strong hold indeed, yes. Yes, he's loving this.
He certainly is. Well, down there at the first of the waters, and I'm sure there's a lot of British support. It's so amazing to compete at the European Championships. When it's on home soil, it's even more special. Beautifully through the first of the waters, Father's Compromise gallops uphill to a fairly innocuous, but off of a blind turn, up a hill, the home farm gate at 13. Well, as they go to the home farm gate, then the Andrews Bone, Rail, Step and Brush at 14 ABC. All out in the country. Distance of 3,910 metres. That optimum time of 7 minutes and 32 seconds. Well, we'll pick up Finn Healy very shortly. But so far, the first of the team members gone particularly well cross country. It will be Finn that we hopefully pick up in a few moments' time. Thoughts though so far, Ginny? It's ridden well.
I think it's riding very well, yes. The riders are doing a really good job out there. The water, the Bailey's horse feed water, I thought maybe some might back off a little bit more than they have been, but it's nice. It's riding very well. That walks on the two strides there, and I thought some might shuffle in a third just to have a little look at the water, but no, it's riding very nicely.
And perfect weather conditions as well.
I mean, the weather, yes, it's brilliant. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I particularly enjoyed our heat wave, but this is a much cooler temperature and it's much kinder on the horses. And as we spoke before, we have got that cool down system at the finish, which is very, very important. And so we've got all the facilities here for cooling the horses down afterwards.
They do. And do you think that it's slightly overcast today, that it makes a big difference to the horses? And we put our shorts on and met up with Lucinda earlier, and she said we were brave. And I think she's probably quite right.
I think she is quite right, actually, yes. I think she is, but this is definitely prime eventing conditions, much kinder on the horses and much easier on the riders as well.
Yeah, it really is. Well, down there at the start, the next go, looks like we've got the Italian rider.
So we just have a short pause on course, awaiting in the start box will be a rider for Italy, Ginevra Grisetti.
So the next go will in fact be for Italy, Ginevra Grisetti, but there in shot is the Spanish individual rider, Emma Schoenbrandt Alacross with Cream Z.
And there we just saw the Italian rider having a chat, possibly from her mum or her support team, last bit of advice and wishing her good luck for her round. And our support team is so, so vital for us in this sport.
It really, really is. It's nice to see the riders chatting to each other as well. You know, camaraderie in this sport is unrivaled. It is second to none.
It really is, and it is one big eventing family, as it's been spoken about before. Every rider, will have discussion points about how certain fences are riding, and everyone has their plan A in their head.
At 15. That fence sponsored by Hartpury Sport. Well, moving away, and as I say, the only combination on the...
Well, here comes Finn Healy. Finn with father's compromise to the bunker, going the left-hand route. And it was interesting, we walked that, Lucinda said that the drop down would actually slow them down because they've got to read it, and actually did. He really did just take his time, pop up. Not the most comfortable of jumps at the B element.
I think the horse just jumped quite big out of the bunker, actually, and then just made that distance a little bit tight compared to some of the others.
Yeah, he seems to be chasing down that optimum time. Look at the home crowd cheering on Finn Healy. Father's compromise in the latter stages of the course now, as he gallops away from the Hartpury Shield in the water at 17. It's the Gemini Stud Stone Walls at 18. Bit of a little wriggle through here.
So for Italy, we welcome ride number 235.
And our next starter is going to be the Italian rider.
Junko CP. Led by Grisetti Galoppo SRL. And they've recorded a dressage score of 37.2. They go over the first two introductory fences, really gets the confidence going. The riders here, our course designer Eric Winter, designing this championship course to get as many of our riders round as possible. The difficult fences on course have been adorned with black flag options, which of course allows our riders to jump those.
Well, everybody out there enjoying the cooler weather conditions. Finn Healy galloping towards home.
To go the direct
We should
way
get a check on his time very shortly. It's been a fabulous round for him so far.
All over the court path. Fence at 4 is Junko CP and Ginevra Grisetti. Good start.
Waiting down at the starts.
And a good finish heading towards for Finn Healy. And
Just get a check on actually
just have,
who is out on course at the moment. We can see the Spanish rider to the left-hand side of your screen, who will be joining us on course very shortly.
And so Spencer, just looking here, so the Irish rider, that was the second horse out, actually clear inside the time, it looks.
Yeah, fabulous. And you can see on the board there actually some scores coming up. As we go back to the Italian team rider in Ginevra Grisetti and Junko CP. Very experienced horse in Junko CP, as she gallops away from 7 up the hill to the Elite Stallion saw bench at 8.
Making light work of that climb up there to the top by Hartpury House. She swings back round for the Elite Stallions saw bench.
Yeah, just jumping that, then turning right-handed. And these two, we talked about the relationship between fences. That does set you up for this fence, doesn't it? And
yeah.
Another one to go round. It's very interesting, the horses that are going round.
Yeah, very, very interesting indeed. We did think that there wouldn't be so many. I definitely thought that there might be one or two, but quite a few now are going wider on that turn. It might be getting back to the other riders about the optimum time, that actually it is achievable. So they might be taking less risk.
Jumping out over the apple cart, now coming to the two corners at 11AB, the jump one brush corners. Well, Junko CP, now 18 years old, jumped round a number of top-class events, including Po 5-Star, the World Equestrian Games with Carlos Diaz-Fernandez, the Spanish rider, and now giving time back to the juniors.
It's so fantastic, isn't it? These horses that have got all that mileage that they can help their junior riders. There's a number of horses in the field that have got a lot of experience, and certainly I'd quite like to be sat on one or two of them.
I know, exactly. Well, there we see Junko CP coming through the water, as you would expect, just holding a super straight line.
Really travelling, this little chestnut horse, Cream Z.
So a few scores in for you, and we can bring you a score for Eleanor Verma and Innsbruck M. Clear, 7.6 time.
Really well ridden there. Positive
Ooh,
riding, yes.
Even
and
more.
yeah, so that little horse there just took a little fright to the ditch, but really positive riding from Emma.
Yeah, as she came up the bank, and the change in the terrain, the change in the colour of the ground, you know, just had a good look, but she never stopped riding forwards, but kept riding forwards on a sympathetic rein.
Exactly.
You quite often see people ride forward, but on a tight rein, and the horse has got nowhere to go.
Exactly, yeah, and that this little horse, as he is only just in a snaffle, so she's obviously very responsive.
Getting a little bit close to, for my liking, to that brush oxer. But again, when you've had a couple of sticky moments, there's only a couple of fences, and then it's going to come up quite quick here. This is where, as we just go back to Junko CP at the bunker, coming through the two fences, and as you would expect, I mean, beautifully through there. But going back to that, the Spanish combination, this is probably where I would think as a rider, okay, I'm going to go round here at that fence at the bottom of the hill.
Yeah.
Whether she will or whether she won't, and she's going to go round, and she's going to come inside. I think I would have thought about coming and jumped it really well.
Yeah.
Because you've got to keep your confidence up, but then at the same time, you know those corners are coming up in a few fences' time. And if you're not on the button, but it's about knowing your horse, knowing what works.
Exactly, knowing your horse, and I suppose as well they are completely different questions. One was a bit ditchy there, but then that was more of an accuracy question, and she knows her horse.
It just looks like Queen Z likes to get under the fences, likes to get quite close, and you know have a really good look, but still keep going. But stands off that.
Stands off that one. Lovely there.
Well, getting into that rhythm, and that is again testament to Eric and his way of course designing, is keeping the horses thinking forwards without trying to trick them. It's not about tricking the horses, it's about making the riders think.
So down there at the Bailey's Horse Feeds Water, as I expected, she just shuffled in a little last-minute stride there on the top, just to have a little extra look before she jumped into the water, and then jumped in nicely.
Yeah, jumped in super well. Well, a time in for Finn Healy, optimum time 7:32. He was 10 seconds inside the time, so he will finish on his dressage score overnight of 31.1. Will hold on to at least his 10th place. Well, now we go back to the Italian rider, and this is an individual rider, Maria Laura de Lorio, and Fernhill Fancy That, 9-year-old by Porsche, Gurry Blind, so some really top-class, high-class breeding in this 9-year-old gelding, Irish sport horse owned by San Paolo Agri Stud SRL. So Maria Laura de Lauri for Italy, coming now to jump the Hartpury Equine Academy Acorn, and now the Burkitt's Brush Oxer at 7.
Oh, a little bit close there.
The last two have been really short. The rest of them have jumped really well, but yes, those two. I think you said it was complicated. 260.
At the top of the cross-country course there, at the Elite Stallions saw bench, setting her up nicely for the first accuracy question here. And it looks as though she's going wide. Yeah.
I would say we're nearly...
half and half.
It is, isn't it? 50-50.
Yeah, 50-50.
Which is interesting. I honestly didn't think that there would be so many go round there, but does it waste that many seconds? Is word getting back that they can do that and get inside the time?
Yeah, and I think, maybe a couple of seconds being lost there, but there's plenty of opportunity that you can make up those few seconds. And this horse, it really covers the ground. So I'm thinking she knows she didn't have to take an extra risk there. And nicely over the first corner. Good, and the horse jumped quite big there. She did just take the flag, just probably with her foot, but no penalisation there.
Well, new starter away. This is now Ewelina Falkowska and Juzis for Poland.
So 255, that is Emma Szoronwanta Alakos.
16-year-old mare.
Very smoothly along the course. They've just gone over the...
Good to see that we've got so many nations represented here, and certainly in the dressage we had are we having trouble here? Well, let's just have a look. Oh, that is a real shame. So that was the Italian rider, Maria Laura Delaria and Fernhill Fancy, that they pick up 20 penalties at the second part of the Bailey's Horse Feed Water at 12B. There is a longer route, but it's a considerably longer route, isn't it?
It is a very, very long route, yes. The horse there just a little bit cautious to get his feet wet this morning.
So the Polish combination, Ewelina Falkowska and Juzis coming down to the first combination, fence 5A, 5B.
Huge jump. And very nicely out over the B element.
Finale for them for the lead-off rider for Spain. Meanwhile, over the acorn at 6, the Hartpury Academy.
Well, Ewelina Falkowska, as she goes on into the crux of this cross-country course, at the moment of those finishers, and we've still got a long way to go. Finn Healy sits at the top of the leaderboard. Father's Compromise on 31.1. In second for Ireland, this is Tom Rodat McCormick and Mon Ami Amy on 31.9. Great Britain 1, Ireland 2. We've still got a lot of junior riders still to come, as the Polish combination, another one to go round. Ewelina Falkowska and Juzis down at that combination. And again, we posed the question yesterday to Eric, will they go left or will they go right of the young rider fence at the bottom? And he said, I've designed it that they can do both.
That they can do both. And I think that was the first one to go left side, though. Others have gone wide, but then still on the inside of the young rider fence.
At the apple cart before the double of corners, sponsored by Jump 1 at 11 A and B, Ewelina Falkowska and Juzis. And I think the way that these fences have not only been designed, but the way that they've been built and decorated, they're very inviting.
They really are very inviting, yes. And I mean, the woodwork has just been amazing, what they've all been designing.
We catch up with Splinter Bergsma and Vigo Key SR for the Netherlands. Individual rider, the 9-year-old gelding by Vigo de Soe, owned by Raal Bergsma. They go on, pop the third, and run down now to 4 and 5. Ewelina Falkowska at the water. What are your thoughts, Sue, there?
So she just gave the horse time to look at the A-B element, shuffled in an extra stride, and then landed quite quietly in the water. She got her eye up onto the skinny, and actually I did wonder whether there was a slight lack of impulsion, but the horse just read the question and popped out of its stride.
Some determined riding from Splinter Bergsma at the two Hartpury rails, those plank spreads at 5A and 5B. And you've got to be in that mindset as you set off on the cross-country. Sit quietly, get nothing done. He really gave the horse confidence coming up the ramp to jump those two planks without the bustle and the hustle.
Yeah, it's so important. When you leave that start box, there's a job to be done, and you've got to be riding forward and positive and giving that horse the confidence.
Yeah, watching this horse come round the corner, looking left, looking right, where am I going? Because they don't know.
They don't know,
and
exactly.
It's such an important thing to remember when you're riding cross-country, and quite often we forget, actually, and we take for granted what we've walked that they've not seen.
Exactly.
And just
Yeah.
going that extra stride, or taking your time a little bit to make sure that those fences are clearly in front of them. You're taking that risk away of having a silly run out for no reason.
Exactly.
Trouble is, if you think about it too much, we think that they're unbelievably remarkable, these horses, aren't they?
They really are, yes, they do. They really trust their riders, and it's just phenomenal what we can make them do.
Yeah.
They love it.
And to come down that fence and say, well, you're jumping that one, but you're not jumping that one. The horses don't know that.
No.
That is what we send, that message we send down the rein to them.
Yes, exactly. And it's all about the rider, like get your eye on the fence and look to where you're going to give that horse the confidence to jump between the flags.
Evelina Fakaska and Yuzes coming down to the Hartpury Shield in the water at 17. Just the one fence in the water for the junior riders at the FEI Eventing European Championships here at Hartpury University and College in the heart of Gloucestershire.
That fence in the water there seems to be riding really nicely.
It certainly does. Well, as we go back up course now, this is Smillermain Philip and Sir Boggles representing Germany, riding as an individual. 14-year-old by Samba Hit, owned by Smiller herself.
Another one there just at the Bailey's horse feeds water, shuffling in an extra stride and then onto the C element on the way out, just popping in an extra one, a little bit of extra time to have a look, see what's there to be jumped, and jump through nicely.
He has ridden really well. I mean,
really well.
If he hadn't have just got his stick out then, who knows what would have happened, but he has been nothing but determined the whole way through.
Yeah, determined and positive riding.
Smiller, Maylene Phillip and Sir Boggles.
Some of the horses just having a little look at that ramp, aren't they, this morning?
They do, but I think what they've had 4 fences previous is a run and jump, and then they come up the ramp, and it's totally different to what they've jumped dimensionally and visually so far on the course. And the change in the ground, the change in the colour as well, that they come up and they just are having to have a look. You see quite a lot of people just getting their stick out and giving them a reminder just to say, look, it's absolutely fine. It's not as scary as it may seem.
Exactly.
But the riders have got to then sort of not do too much, because if they make it scary, the horses are like, what?
Exactly that. And there we just saw actually a rider wheeling the course, so that's getting the minute markers ready before they ride.
And this is the Polish rider just jumping the last to finish. The fans and the water stations to the right-hand side, support teams cheering home their riders. Welfare of the horse absolutely paramount. You can see the horses being washed down, buckets being thrown over the chestnut's head there, just cooling them down as quickly as possible. And it's one of those wash, scrape, and getting their temperatures back down. It's a lovely cool day here, though, isn't it?
It is a lovely cool day. I did think it was going to rain earlier, Spencer.
Well, it did rain. We did get a little bit
Just
damp.
a little bit. Now it's stopped, but it is a lovely cool day.
Yeah.
And it's, yes, ideal conditions.
Well, as we watch just there, Splinter going up to the double of stone walls, sponsored by Gemini Stud at 18A and 18B. It's just run and jump fences then, the Rural Planning Practice Woodside at 19, the British Equestrian Ditch Plank at 20, and the Hartpury Alumni Finale to see them home.
Very positively there into the water. And stands way off that skiddy. Sir Boggles.
Yeah, well, Smiller, Maylene, Philip going uphill to the gate now. That's a home farm gate at 13.
It's a nice climb after the water there, up the hill before you get to the pinned gate. Can make up some valuable seconds.
Home Farm gate at fence 13 as they move smoothly up towards the
Well, it's
top
good to
end
see.
of the course.
Actually,
You
just
can see
walking
them
there in the
on
white
brown
long
moving
coat
at a good pace as they
is
head
a
along
mother
that
of a
course.
former
Brown
medalist here, or in the juniors, and that was Alison, who is the DC of the Old Barks Pony Club.
Oh, knowledge, Spencer, knowledge.
Alison Hargreaves, Sasha Hargreaves, who was on the team a few years ago. And she'll be here supporting. There was a wonderful photo of Miles Graham in the dressage a few years ago when Rebecca Bell won her silver, and Rebecca with a tiny little Miles Graham giving him a cuddle. And then this year it was Rebecca Bell giving Miles a cuddle with his silver medal. It was so sweet to see, and that's, you know, just such a special partnership and such a special story. Well, as Faustin Farrell and Danas de Gerke come up the hill, we go back to German combination at the bunker. And Smillerman, Philip and Sir Boggles go to the water now. The Hartpury shields in the water. Just talk us through this, Jen, just coming down that hill. Do horses at this level get slightly suspicious that there's not a jump, that it's just a paddle through?
I think they've got enough experience at this point, but they are often expecting, oh, have we got to jump into the water or not? But actually, no, just the canter through and then the fence over in the water. Okay, so the French rider coming on the inside there. This horse definitely looked keen to get on with the job when he was jumping the brush oxer at fence 7, cruised up the hill and then made light work of that combination.
And interestingly, he went the quick route but went left of the young rider fence as well. Most of the horses have jumped down coming inside line but then gone to the right hand side.
Yeah, no, very interesting, and it's rider preference, it's how you land, it's what your eye takes. You know, you've got options here.
Well, this is the Spanish combination of Carolina Rodriguez Pasta and Pluton de Lamosas, team rider for Spain. It's a 12-year-old by Cassandra, this gelding, as we go back up course, and only a couple of jumping efforts left to go for Smiller, Melin, Philip and Sir Boggles. They gallop towards home.
Going back to that fence at 18A and B, the Gemini stud stone walls, beautiful decoration once again, and you've got that archway to go through.
Down to 4. Carolina Rodriguez Pasta and Pluton de Lamosas. Nice jump at the Cordwood pile, and that is again, you know, one fence before the first combination fence at 5. They've jumped 1, 2, 3, 4, then down to these fences here. Oh, did you like? Ooh, on the 3.
That horse really locked on. He got the fence between his eyes and off he went.
Bit between his teeth and off you go. And that, you know, horses are like people in their demeanor, in their personality, in the way that you ride them, in the way that you train them. And I think that's one fascinating thing that I love getting involved with, is getting into the horses' brains, working out their individuality, and some being the shyer type, like me, and then you've got the, you know, the more exuberant ones like yourself, and you know, you work those personalities out, and this horse is one of those ones. If you go to a party, you'd be in the middle dancing away, whereas I'd be sitting on a seat going, I can't dance.
Are you comparing this horse a little bit more to me then, Spencer?
But it is fascinating, isn't it?
It really
the
is.
horses' brains.
They are all very different.
So complex and so. Now I'm talking about myself. I'm not. I'm talking about so many horses can be so complex, and getting into letting them ride you, trusting you. Again, there, you know, even when you make a mistake, give them a £5 or a couple of quid, and say thanks very much. Actually, you helped me out there.
Yeah, exactly.
So Carolina Rodriguez Pasta and Pluton de Lamosas coming down, and beautifully on that inside line.
Did a lovely job there.
Isn't he?
Really, really cruising, and she did well to keep the balance as she came down the hill there.
And the cool down for the
And we have a new starter.
Now this is for Ireland, Julia Adams and Milcha Maldeo, 11-year-old Irish sport horse. This mare owned by Michelle Adams. Ireland in the team, lying in silver medal position. In fact, lying in bronze medal, sorry. Brits in silver.
Into the lead currently for our
and they will go on to the third, which is the Legends Triple Bar. Legends Bar is a legend in itself here on the Hartpury campus. Julia Adams for Ireland. Milcham Aldeo coming down across the road alongside the training pitches for the rugby and the football. Even more work going on. I mean, they're just ever building here, and just so much going on sport-wise.
It's such an amazing place, isn't it? There is just so much opportunity here for students.
Wearing the yellow ribbon of Tiggy, who sadly lost her life to a schooling accident, and a lot of riders wearing that yellow ribbon.
Boldly in.
Almost too bold.
Almost a little too bold there, but recovered well.
I mean, clearly knows what he's doing, this horse, and as they go on and as they keep making their way through, he's 12 years old, but clearly trained, and clearly that's the way he goes cross country. Would you want a little bit more say in what was going on?
I mean, he certainly knows what he's doing. He looks like he knows what he's doing, and he's very quick thinking.
Quite a lot of horses that come round that corner and chipped into that brush option,
Yeah,
haven't they?
I wonder whether it just takes them by surprise a little bit. They are getting a little close occasionally. I think it also depends on the line that the riders take. Some are coming quite tight to the string and close to the left. Others are going a little wider and giving the horses time to see that. Pop nicely over the first element of these related combinations. And another one to go wide here. Quite quick coming down the hill there, but then easily through there and on the left side of the young rider fence.
Well, we were talking last night over supper. We were very lucky to go out for supper with Eric Winter, the course designer, here last night. Last time that the juniors won a gold was back in 2012. That was Sophie Howe, Alfie Bradstock, Alex Little and Isabella Innes car, Bella Innes car. That was in Strzegom in Poland.
They now heading towards their final four fences with so far nothing to add to their dressage of
and that was back in 2012. They're lying in silver medal position overnight here. They won silver back in the Netherlands in 2019. It can change so quickly, it can change so much.
Well, an interesting
I mentioned Alison Hargreaves there. She's here to support. Her daughter was part of the silver medal team that won in Fontainebleau back in 2018, and it's a real family. They keep coming forwards and keep coming on to support, whether you're competing or not. It's just a massive stepping stone into senior ranks and seeing some of the stars of the future. That was Jana Egner, Sunday's gold, just leaving the start box, jumping the first couple of fences. Sunday's gold in the team for Austria, and it's great to have an Austrian young team here at the European Championships as they come down to the fourth. One of the most, I mean, you said earlier, this is the prize goes to for the most beautifully dressed fence.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the detail that's gone into this. It's fantastic.
Well, Jana Egner and Sunday's gold coming down to 5A and 5B. Not the most confident of jumps at the first few fences.
No, just looked a little bit wary, and she was having to ride him quite strongly, but then first combination there jumped through really nicely.
A lot of these riders in their first European Championships. There is the Children's Championships, the Pony Championships as well, Europeans that you can go to, which gives you a lot of experience and a lot of grounding to move forwards to the juniors, the young riders, and then the seniors. We look down that list of yesteryear, the likes of Tina Cook and Pippa Funnell. They came up through that with William Fox-Pitts into the senior ranks. It's a hugely instrumental level.
Yeah, it's a fantastic program, isn't it? And the stepping stones, and it just prepares you for seniors. And I'm sure in no time we'll be seeing some of these riders competing at the seniors.
So just coming down into the water, Julia Adams, Milcha Mardeo for Ireland. Coming on to the 17th of the 21 numbered fences. Oh, had a little look there.
First one to have a little look, and then she just lost her stirrup there on landing, but well sat.
Well, a score in for Smilo, Malin, Philip and Sir Boggles, rounded 7:29. So 3 seconds inside the optimum time. They complete on their dressage score 28.8 and hold on to at least third place for Germany. Brilliant results individually, but a great team score as well for the Germans.
Yes, after their dressage yesterday, they'll all be happy to get a few round already clear inside the time.
Yeah, they really will. Well, now out of the start box is Valentin Coutet Eslan with Casanova de Ems. Team rider for France, 10-year-old by Alain Dulacour, owned by Emmanuel Coutet. So Francais bred, and they go up the hill to the third.
Indeed, it's safe with the last combination fence on course 18A and B. And between them and the finishers, 3 fences to go.
So just coming down to the Bailey's Horse Feeds Water.
Well sat, and then she gets her eye on the skinny, rides positive, and brilliantly recovered there.
It's a complete juxtaposition, isn't it, from the horses that we've seen. The one horse that we were just thinking, my goodness me, he galloping and galloping and jumping with the Spanish horse, and then with this little horse we've seen all the way from the start, just creeping to his fences, jumping in, losing the balance. Actually did a really good job of picking the rein up and getting on with that last element.
Yeah, and the rider's done really, really well just to make that happen, and that's what cross-country is, you know. You don't always get the smoothest of jumps, but it's how you deal with them and how you react for your next fences.
And there are no points for style.
No.
Which is just as well when I was going cross-country. Well, as we move into the first hour, we've been going for about an hour now. I think it will be a nice change, and I will hand you over. Jin, you can stay there. I'll just sit in, and I'll hand you over to a lady that, well, she's done all right in her time. She's
done
won a few
things.
badmintons, 6 of them on 6 different horses, a few Europeans along the way as well. 10 European medals, in fact. She's won 4 silver, 5 gold. I did say this to her in Avanche, actually. She went, did I? Yes, you did. It is, of course, the one and only Lucinda Green. I'll hand you over, Lucinda and Jin, to have a few moments. And can I give if you know my voice, the reason I'm doing it, I woke up this morning with no voice. So I'm just going to give that a little bit of a breather. And I will come back in a second and give you a little break.
And there we see Johanna Agner just jumping fence 17 in the water. A little bit cautious through the bunker once again, but the rider gave him time just to assess the situation and see what had to be done, and then rode positively forward and jumped through the water very nicely.
35.7. They'll now head up towards the walls at 18. 257, that is Theodore Bologazit.
It's been wonderful watching these juniors that are 17 or younger just taking this quite difficult course we thought when we walked it. It's a 2-star level, which is novice, but it's definitely up from there. It's 2.5 star, and they're taking it really well. And it's been very, very interesting watching. The riding is fascinating from younger people whose bodies still haven't really physically got really strong, and so there's all sorts of different looks. And as a teacher now, I find it intriguing watching.
And I think it's quite interesting across the different nations as well, like the different styles of cross-country riding. Some riders' stirrups are longer than others, some are much shorter. So I think it's very much down to personal
Tilda
preference.
here for Sweden, who's got very long legs and is riding quite long over the first combination, which is causing, I have to admit, when I walked up to it last night, I thought, oh, there's something about this that makes me really look at it. And the horses are mirroring exactly my feeling. But thankfully, all it's doing is waking up all the riders and making sure they ride. It's not really causing them any problems. And I think that's a really good fence to have.
Yes, I think it really does set them up for the remainder of the course. And there we had the Swedish rider riding quite positively to that and got the reward. And here we have Tilda coming round to fence 7, the box brush. Looking quite keen then. Another one just to get a little bit closer to that.
Yes, I watched that along with you and thought, I really am very happy for the horses to run into the bottom of that, because I think it does them good just to back up and get into the air, and it simply doesn't worry me. The last thing I want to do is go for a long one and then find I've missed that. So I'm just sitting up there holding my legs around, and if they want to go in deep, that's up to them. There's a lovely soft top to the fence, and I think it just gives them confidence that you're not interfering with their thought process as to where they take off.
Absolutely, and with the combination at the top as well, it helps set you up for that, doesn't it?
Yes, and that flower bed in the bottom, it's intriguing to us that love cross country to watch the different ways they're going around it and the different attitudes of the horses as well as the riders. Every horse you see has, as Spencer was saying earlier, has a different attitude and a different, if you like it, control panel. And that's what you do training for years, and is you're learning that attitude and that control panel and the courage that comes of confidence. And it's confidence you're trying to instill in both the horse and yourself. There's the blacksmith. If his shoe flies off, he'll help you put it on. And what have we got here?
Something going on down at fence 11A and B for the Swedish rider. It looks like she's just popped out over the string from what I can see on the approach to the B element. So it looks possibly like she had a few problems at the B element there at the corner combination. But she's just corrected and jumped it second time nicely. Heading now down to the Bailey's Horse Feeds Water. Oh, the horse just getting a little bit wary
getting her
there.
reins back and trying to keep this rather large horse online. And
from looking quite keen and enthusiastic there, he's just starting to have a little look and got a bit wary, but she's there going round to the alternative now to the Bailey's Horse Feeds Water.
So it would be the youngest horse in the competition. This at 7 years old, a Swedish bred horse, and he's just found it just one too many. Next year he'll be back with a lot more experience and a lot more confidence, and I'm surprised with such a young horse that she didn't go the easier route. There is a longer route. It does take a long time, but all I'm looking for is to get my horse's confidence and get him home. What a sweet horse.
Lovely horse.
Look at that eye.
It's a lot to take in here at this championships, especially of a horse for only 7 years old. Header Volga just there through the ditch combination. We see her jump very nicely over fence 7, and she lands away and really moves on up the hill there. And you can just see the length of stride on her horse. It's just cruising up that incline.
How do you know she's a team rider?
Really nice balance there through the first 2 elements, and then really makes a point of making a turn to come back to that skinny.
Oh, that was a beautiful bit of riding. Well done, Hedda. These Germans, we've already seen a very good exhibition of cross-country riding from our first Germans, Smiller. And this is another very good one. They've been very, very well taught, the Germans, by Chris Bartle, who spent 17 years in Germany teaching them, and He's now thankfully come back to England because we all need him too. But he's left a real imprint, and they're all riding very much. Ooh, that was very well done. She didn't panic.
Oh, and here we have a horse very close to my heart, the gorgeous Cruise on Innie, with Elena, a horse that I actually formerly rode and produced. And he's cruised over the first 2 fences. Just stepped into the water there, yep.
Yeah. 9-year-old mare from Belgium bred. Very confident and very well ridden this.
Back with Belgian rider Elena Lafnus on Cruise on Innie. His ears pricked. She's coming up to fence 4 here. Nicely ridden.
Was he quite a lucky horse?
No, he wasn't. He's Irish and he's a leg on. That's it. Yeah, and then just ride forward and positive. Oh, well done, Elena.
Well done,
There you go. And he has got a huge jump there, and you know he's 17 hands, 17-1. So it's quite a lot of horse to keep together. But she rode that really well. And now she's just going to put that behind her and then just ride positive and ready to take on the fence 7.
How long have they been together, these two?
Relatively short time, actually. I sold him originally to her father, who competed him at 2-star level. And then Elena has taken on the reins.
Just this year?
Yes, yeah. And well done. So after the little sticky moment there at the combination before, she's really got behind him and positive.
Oh, it doesn't get better than that. Spanish header again. Excellent. The Germans showing us how it should be done. Never say that just before a water jump.
Commentator's curse. But not there. Nicely done.
Be interesting to see how lucky he is down this hill, because when the horses can't really see the landing, oh, he didn't look at all there. He was lovely. They'll often be a little luckier. He's got such a
very
lovely
nice
eye on him, hasn't he? He really beams into the fence.
He's got back into his stride. Really nicely ridden.
The Vogel of Germany then through the water. The Gemini Stud Walls at 18. Current leader is individual rider for Germany. Nina Melina with 28.9. In second place, 14 Great Britain, Finn Healy on 31.1, and currently third for Ireland on Roulette McCormick on 31.1. Likely to be shaken up as just enjoying the second team members out on course as we have for Germany. Ed Volker is over the Gemini Stud Walls and run on to the fence 3 from home, Woodside at 19.
Oh, Ginny, that's really sad.
That's
I'm sure he's been in lots of horses like that.
Yeah, a real shame there. Some have just been having a little look at that water.
It's a big fence.
It is a big fence, yeah.
One that I reckon is an intermediate fence. It's near enough a 3-star, but it does have an easier route. But a lot of these riders were riding under team instructions to go straight because they want them to try and get the time, I suspect. Very nicely done.
Nicely through there.
Maxine Carmen for Holland, Netherlands.
And Chagon.
Well, Elena Lafnus and Cruise on Innie, number 2 on 6, riding for Belgium. They've got over that little stop they had at 12B. They've now gone and cleared the gate at 13.
Horse that carries himself quite low and then has to get his head up to see the fence, which he does very easily.
Very
as soon as he
easily.
came out of that corner, he knew there was a fence coming, and up went the head, and he had a good look. And quite a steep climb, isn't it, Ginny, to the big house up here?
Yeah, it is a steep climb. Eric has made full use of the undulations here at Hartpury.
And those buildings behind are the student accommodation, in which we spent a very comfortable night last night in different single bedrooms.
It was great being a student once again, wasn't it, Lucinda?
Lovely, and here he comes to turn down. He's just looking like he might be, he's either just likes to go slowly or he's just a little bit tired. These horses have come across the continent. They're not all going to be absolutely rearing to go. And horses are like people. Sometimes they wake up in the morning, they just don't feel quite as well as another morning.
And back here with Cruzon Inni coming to the bunker.
Oh, beautiful. You saw him just peck a little bit after the middle part because they're landing on higher ground, and it does surprise me.
And here we are, British rider Grace Donner on Cooley Ramiro. So she's just our latest starter. Nicely over fence 1. And she's on 30.5, so a fantastic dressage score, lying in 6th position. The Brits really have set themselves up well after the dressage phase.
Surprise her there by just taking off a bit early. Lovely feeling when they have that sort of boldness. Very interesting little trot stride and almost a trot jump. And very well ridden. Maxine just saying with her stick, just make sure you go. She didn't even have to hit him.
And back with Grace Donner, so she's heading up to fence 4.
Interesting horses breeding. Some very good breeding from Ireland. Cavalier Royale, Ramiro B. Can be tricky temperaments, but usually very, very talented.
Grace just riding positively there, very nicely over the Hartpury Sport plank spreads.
And watch her lower leg. She's got a very well trained natural lower leg. She maybe had a pony that she used to fall off of when she was little. And she's learned to get that
security. 2 more fences to go is Elena Lapanus and
so here she is again. Grace Donner.
And this horse has a lot of experience under its belt, previously ridden by Catherine Lindsay and Wills Oakton. And I believe he took him to badminton, Spencer. Oh, and look at that stride, cruising up there. This horse is super fit. And then just Grace there, getting back into balance. Yep, popping over the first element. And I wonder whether she's going to go inside or outside of the flower beds here. And oh, he's just taken a bit of a hold going down that hill. Outside. And nicely over the skinny there. And another one to go on the left side. And now she's just riding away from her fence. And it's so important just to remain up on the clock. And Grace is particularly good at jumping her fences and really moving away from them.
Should we tell them, or do they know?
Nicely over the table there. And now she's got 11A and B, these brush corners. So she's just getting the horse back in balance, back on his hock, saying there's a technical question coming up. Oh, and then forward stride there. And she did really well there to get him back. He did just sort of jump out of her hand a little bit at the first element, and then she had to really make a point of making that right-hand turn to your second corner. And we have a new starter, the Italian rider, Giulia Margherita Wilma Pavesi. Greenhall Dairy River, this horse. And this is actually a stallion. And we are back with Grace Donner at the Bailey's Horse Feeds Water. And Cooley Marrero there just popped into the water, gave her time to get her eye on the sea element, and easily out and over. And we're back with the stallion Greenhall Dairy River for the Italian rider.
Another one to leave out a bit of a stride before he took off.
She's just giving him a little tap on the shoulder saying, hey, there's something coming up,
He's
and
brave,
boldly
this
over
horse.
this.
He's a totally different attitude to the ones we've been seeing.
Yeah, really.
There's a real
bold.
five-star look in his eye. 5 stars are way beyond where we are at the minute. We're on 2-star at the moment, but this is a heck of a horse. He's already 13. And a stallion, as you mentioned, Irish bred.
Something that we don't see too often on the eventing circuit, some stallions.
We don't see it.
No.
I was surprised.
Having said that, I do ride 2 myself. And she's just taken that slightly wider turn, which is what I was speaking about earlier. Some have come quite close to the string on the left side, but actually she took the wider turn and got a really forward moving shot to that brush oxer.
236, an enormous leap over 7, but for you.
10, 48, 48.
10 what?
48, 48.
He's really bold, isn't he? He's looking for those flags. Hopefully not too bold coming down this hill. And she's just got to really make a point of saying, hey, wait.
Ooh, and you just worry that it's hard in summer, and you worry when you have them streaming down a hill like that and then have a sharp turn that they may just slip over. And it's just such a sad waste of a competition if you slip over on the flat, because you have to walk home.
Hopefully they'll all have appropriate studs in, but you know, you can never, no, it doesn't necessarily mean that.
You still have to ride a heck of a balanced turn when the ground is a little bit firm. They've done so much watering, haven't they? I mean, the ground down there is so lovely that
it is brilliant.
Less chance of skidding. I'm more worried about the downhill piece earlier. He's a strong boy, isn't he?
He is strong, but she has only got a snaffle in by the looks of things, so he is fairly responsive. Oh, bowled into the water, and then she just needs to get her eye on that sea element. Brilliantly ridden, yeah, and a well-deserved pat.
Genuine.
Very genuine indeed.
He looked in the last second, he was so busy fighting.
Basically over the 2 brush corners, the way down to the water, jumps the table, steps in there, goes the direct way, and is neatly out over that.
And we have a new starter, Spanish rider, Leader Alcia, riding a lovely black mare. She's made a good start to the course so far. Oh, a little bit spooky there. Like we said before, the decoration, not many horses have had a look, but is something to take into consideration as you've come out onto the course. Just having a little look at the changing ground there.
You often find mares are even more cautious.
Yes,
exactly. Mares and stallions than geldings, and the change of ground has done that to quite a lot. And I guess word would have got back to the start now that you just got to ride the gravel as well as the fence.
So where the horses are just a little bit lucky at those first few fences, it will say to you as a rider, right, I've got to be a little bit more positive, I've got to support them, and just be aware.
No. Ginny would almost say that I'd almost be thinking of slowing down a bit to give them time to look at the gravel, and otherwise there's so much power behind their stopping mechanism. We'll watch lots more, and you can't just keep kicking a horse that's wanting to... What a fantastic jump. Whole stride early, we love that. Some horses just need that little bit of time to look, and if you grill them too much during that time, they feel under pressure. Every horse, as we were saying earlier, is different, and some you have to kick whatever, others you just have to just let them breathe and look.
Yeah, and I think it's confidence, but positive.
Lots of hitting on the shoulder here to just get him near. Well done. Quite an interesting angled line into that first one, and now a nice tight inside golly. It's all going to get the time, this one.
What a cracking little jumper is this mare. Knees super high over that skiddy.
They always say a good mare, don't they? Polo players love to play mares. Good mare beats
31.8.
stallion any day, but sometimes they can be rather
Over
like
the
us
apple
birds, a
cart,
bit temperamental
absolutely
too.
no problems there
Susan
at all
Shanahan
for
Ice-free.
Ice-free,
Ice-free, sorry.
They don't take the
Ireland.
right-handed turn for the brush ball.
Another mare here as well. Lovely grey mare. Ooh, just having a little look at fence 2.
Wonder what she'll do at the well-decorated fence with a hole under it. Just
Well, unfortunately, as I talk about those brush corners, 11B, that's just been refused out by Leah Dulcia and Charnini. Good news for the Spanish team, though. She comes back round and clears 11B.
all quite fast into the water. This is Chanini, the little mare. Chanini, yes. I think when you're frightened of a fence, you sometimes go faster and you give the horse a little bit less time, and then they feel under pressure and they say, I can't work this out in time. I need another look, and I shall take the alternative. It's a shame because she's been going beautifully. But she's careful, she's looking, and mares on the whole are more careful than possibly their male counterparts. Isn't always a truism.
Back with the Irish rider here. Coming to fence 4. And so interestingly, this horse has been taken up to 4-star with David Dole, so has some really good mileage under its belt. Oh, a little bit green coming there, but then the rider's just really positive and gets the reward and jumps out nicely over the B element.
Yes,
Slightly wider turn there, gets the fence in her eyesight and nicely over. Really nice moving stride as she then cruises on up the hill. As we mentioned before, there's been a number of combinations, horses with the junior riders that have got a lot of mileage under their belt and have been produced by professionals. But it still takes time to build the partnership, but it's really nice that this horse has got its 4-star form and is now teaching a junior rider. Ooh,
well
very clever there.
My goodness, because he jumped the fence and then landed in front of it and jumped again, and she didn't fall off, and that is really hard to handle. Good girl.
And there she did really well because she's got slightly length of rein, but she kept the contact and kept the balance coming down the hill to make the C element.
I think the length of rein saved her, actually. Whoa! Oh, I'm so sorry.
What a shame.
That is such a shame, because again, that rising bank on the landing just caught the mare and tripped her up and sent her rider in a gymnast.
We have seen a couple peck there on the landing side.
Oh, she stands off, and you could see that left front leg just skid down the bank. And
what a shame.
Beautiful acrobatic effort by her poor rider. I'm so sorry, Elena. What a shame. Not Elena. Leah.
Back with the Irish rider, just coming down to the Bailey's Horse Feeds Water. Just giving that horse confidence yet to just jump into that B element. Some really have been having a little look at that.
And this horse has gone 4-star.
Yes, it has, with David Dole. But as we said, it takes a partnership. You have to spend time building this partnership. And although the horse has been 4-star, it's now with a junior rider who's less experienced. So they need to just build that partnership together.
It's a bit like an aeroplane. When you walk in, you look left as you walk in, and there's the pilot and hundreds of buttons in front of him, and you hope that he really knows what he's doing. Oh, shame. Back to this one now, who just wasn't having that little ditch and double plank over the top. Nicola Mula.
Talking about all those buttons in an aeroplane, it's a little bit how I felt walking in here, Lucinda.
Yeah, I know what I was trying to say, and then we got rather an exciting and rather disappointing thing. Stop for Hungary. What I was trying to say was that I think Ginny's so right. It takes. Let's watch this. Well, he couldn't be doing more. He's certainly not getting in front of the movement. But it is a funny-looking fence, and it did just strike me yesterday that it would maybe cause a little bit of a look here and there. But I did sort of hope they wouldn't have too many stops. But anyhow, he's away and gone now, so that's good.
Just going back to the bank and the incline and the changing colour. Sometimes it takes the horse's eyesight to that rather than the fence, and it looks.
And then
a
they
little
get
bit,
a surprise.
Exactly,
yeah.
and then they just get a bit of a surprise. And
he's sitting really well. This
sitting
guy.
really well, yeah. Got everything back together again, and that was a really nice, confident jump over the brush oxer.
I'm going to go back to my control panel because Ginny said that the grey Irish horse we saw a little hesitant into the water because he doesn't properly trust his new rider yet. The control panel is still something she's working out, and she's doing a really good job. But it takes time, as Ginny said. Doesn't matter if the horse has done a lot before. He still has to. You have to understand those buttons, and he has to understand the buttons that you're pressing.
Did you get my good side?
227, clear 9A and B.
Even when I don't have my lip.
He's very brave, isn't he, once his mind is on the job. I think you're spot on about his stop. He was so busy looking at the gravel before it that the ditch gave him a real fright when he eventually saw it.
And for Great Britain, we now have...
What a shame.
In the start box, individual rider Jamie
And
Saville,
another British
55.
rider here, Jamie Saville on Grange Ash Sparrow.
Indeed, they are away and over the first...
Jamie is a girl.
Jamie brings forward a dressage score of 32.2. Grange Ash Sparrow.
And she's
overridden
competing
by
as an
Jamie.
individual. She's made a really good start over the first couple of fences. I'm not sure how big this little horse is, but looks maybe on the smaller side. But maybe that's just me.
Maybe Jamie's quite tall.
Maybe James quite
And
tall,
also this is a stallion, and only 9 years old, so quite young, understandably therefore an individual, because he won't probably have quite the experience that an older horse or one that's been going longer. She's sitting really well. And he had some fantastic footwork in front of that ditch. Brilliant. I mean, what a clever little horse. I'm glad he's little, actually, because he would really pop it in there. And here we have the water for... Is this Hungary? Well ridden.
And very nicely through. And that was quite an acute angle coming to the C element. They went on a very tight line, but the horse answered the question, knew what it had to do. Back with Jamie now, just coming down towards fence 7, the brush oxer. She did a 32.2 and is lying in 18th after the dressage phase. This little horse has got a great outlook on his face, hasn't he? He's like, come on, Mum, let's go.
Pony racer.
Yeah, look at him, speedy, little pocket rocket. I mean, wow, he's probably gone up that hill the best that we've seen.
Isn't it?
Flying.
I must say, I'd much rather see a junior rider, however tall they are. They're still weak at this age. I'd much rather see them on a smaller horse. It's
100%.
a lot to ride a 17.2 when you're only 17.
Yeah, just getting the control on the
Yes,
turn there.
we hope. Yeah, super, I don't know, slipping over. That's where I'm worried that turn.
Oh, very nicely done.
Nicholas Muller for Hungary. And Diggle. No problem with the bank in that middle element. Cleared it beautifully. The trouble with the little mare who just tripped was because she stood off bravely and just didn't quite make the far side of that middle element bank.
Splashing through the water there.
Having a good look at those white painted stones.
Brush corners, Jamie Saville into the water for them now. 3 elements of that. There are black flags.
And we have a new starter on course.
Very few have taken them as first choice.
For the Netherlands.
We see Jamie Saville
Cross-border radar love. Holstein Gelding by Diarado.
Interesting, a sire that's very popular at the moment, jumping sire Diarado. Interesting that he's by him. And back to our little white, our little grey pocket rocket, as you named him. Beautifully
through there. And he was very clever with his footwork at the B element, just jumping into the water.
Van Hoot on her way to fence 4, I believe. And this is the one which is beautifully decorated with a hole under it, and you can see his tongue just popping out of his mouth every now and again, and some horses just do that. I always worry they're going to bite it off, but I don't think they do.
And I'm loving the flag flare strip on his nose.
This is a beautiful, brave horse, totally unconcerned by the change of the gravel or the ditches.
Jumped through there really nicely.
Oh, the flank spreads at 5. That big combination for Sterry Van.
And there we have a finisher cruising over the finish line.
Home are Nicholas Muller and Mandoble.
That's Nicholas Muller for Hungary. Beautiful job. Such a shame about that 5th fence when he just didn't quite get the ditch and planks beautifully over the middle element there. Just getting a little bit casual. I think he almost needs a bigger fence.
Yes, he's making light work of this so far, isn't he?
Kept straight. Very easy to pass that by. There's nothing to keep you in. A couple of flags and that's it. Brave horse, this one. Be interesting to see how she can control him down this hill.
Very nicely over the first element there, and then just quite a deliberate turn and nicely to the skinny.
Beautiful control, disunited canter, but in perfect balance.
In perfect balance. And you know what? If you're disunited, it doesn't matter. Just keep
and disunited is one front leg is leading and the opposite hind leg. And it's a funny feeling. It wobbles you a bit, but beautifully balanced, that particular one.
Really has presented a good game for riders, taking the concussion out of the ground there, and it is riding absolutely beautifully. What a great European champion.
Here we have a Polish rider, green line.
And it's evidence in the result. Jamie Saville for Great Britain goes over the woodside
Veronica
fence
Kroll,
and it's just
nicely over fence 3.
Grange Ash Barrett.
Wonderful to see the Polish fielding a junior squad, because they're very natural good riders in my day when they fielded senior teams and had super horses that they usually had to sell to be able to finance their trip to whichever Europeans or worlds it was. So it's lovely to see them back in as we watch Sterry Van Hout. Cross-border raider Love coming to the water. Ooh, and he was the one that looked so brave.
Yes, that's at least 3 or 4 riders now that have been caught out at fence.
I think caught out is a very good expression, because I don't think the horses are expecting that water at all, and I'm not sure if the riders are riding that first element.
But even there, like just doing the alternative, the horse was quite cautious coming down into that dew pond water.
Yeah, so it might have been a wise move to go especially as it's possible to get the time, to go the longer route. But sometimes you get team orders to do certain things. Sometimes you think you can trust your horse, and suddenly you rather rudely awakened that in this particular instance you can't trust him. Oh, very good footwork again, that little half-run stride before he took off. Green line. Irish bred Poles have been shopping. Have a very good breeding system, or they did have in Poland, and I hope it's still there. Beautifully done, that. Slowly up that first steep climb. It's not a very long one, but it is steep. Beautiful canter around the corner, lovely jump.
As we've spoken before, so they did go on that wider line, which definitely I think the majority have done now.
You haven't every second doesn't count because the time in juniors is that little bit longer. Why take the risk of coming inside?
Another one just to stand
well
off
over
there.
there, yeah, stood off but had the scope to go well over. Makes the last element look very small. So disappointing stop at the water for this one. He looks so bold in the first 3 parts of the course. And again there.
Stereo Van Hoot and cross border radar love.
English rider Holly Clark and Nico.
Lying in 6th position on a dressage score of 30.5.
Riding for Great Britain as an individual. Oh, this is quite fast. Ooh.
There, the momentum
I think they were very, very lucky there.
Yes.
Because her momentum continued, but the horse stopped.
But I do just wonder if she'd have had any less pace, whether the horse actually would have scored the 20 penalties there. The momentum always carried it through.
First thing is the rider's got to get up from off its neck. And here we've got Holly saying, come on, that's it, well done.
Very nicely ridden. Holly's
Beautiful.
sat out like she means business, which is fantastic, on that very competitive score of 30.5.
Another young horse. I think we've had one 7-year-old and we've got a small handful of 8-year-olds, and Nico is 8.
By Sylvester, this horse. Quite a lot of his offspring are coming through the eventing ranks now.
So what's called an Anglo-European stud book, which I guess is English warm blood, is it?
Yes.
Yes, you know all about breeding, Ginny, you having a little stud of your own. Very nicely done from Green Line, Poland. Beautiful little
really nice
pop in stride before that skinny out.
Back with Holly here at that second combination we have. And going wide then. She just got the balance as the momentum was carrying her down the hill, and then really positive over the skinny, and then looking forward and riding away from her fence. She's really moving. I'll be interested to see how she is on the clock.
Ila Baravak from Norway. Here with Stella Quick Change, this 9-year-old FEI gelding. As I say, Norwegian. First season starting Stella Quick, and a horse that's owned by Rigmar Bergvik.
Miller Bergvik and Stella Quick Change.
And he got a 5th place in the 3-star at
Norway.
in
Norway, I think,
2019.
has no team. So wonderful to see a representative. Back to Holly at the water. Our 8-year-old is brave old brass. I jumped so big he nearly did a little sink in the water when he landed, but Holly sat tight. Nico kept going, and out they came. Beautiful.
Here we have our Norwegian rider, Stella Quick Change, just coming down to fence 4.
He's busy looking at the people beside the ropes. Now he's looking at this fence.
And you see he's got an ear bonnet on, so maybe that is just to sort of help calm with the atmosphere. Maybe.
Yes, a lot of it's very fashionable nowadays to wear these nasal strips and these ear bonnets, and I wonder if it is just that, but we will see. I think a lot of horses are very sensitive in their hearing, but I personally don't like the feeling of going cross country with a horse who can't hear everything. But everybody onto their own.
No, it's going all right. It's going all right. How are you? Good. Oh, it's quite nice here, isn't it?
Be interested in your remark about the wider turn, giving them more time to balance to get to that oxer. And we got another one here doing a very wide turn.
Yeah.
Let's see how he manages. Beautiful balance. And went off a nice big open stride, and why not? She had the balance, she had the engine there.
Back with Holly Clark here. She's just making her way up to the bunker. He was very bold into the water, so just here you just have to keep the control as you come down the slope, and beautifully done. What a neat little horse. His little front legs just...
She's got a beautiful way of riding him too.
She really has. It's a really good partnership.
Oh, skinny line, so in order to get this angle, she went right over by the red flag up there, and it all looked like she had to work quite hard to get it done because the horse is quite keen, but Miller Bavig did a really good job.
We have seen that ridden a number of different ways. Some have gone quite close to the red flag, some have gone quite close to the white flag.
Yes.
And there's all sorts of options.
Fence 10, the apple carts. We watch as they just did a couple of little controlled half halts as they come into it, get the pacing right, and they
Sarah Junior Goldschlag and Tintoretto del Quadrifoglio. Goodness me, my Italian's lacking a bit here, but what a lovely looking horse this is.
And that is Sarah Junior Goldschlag.
A couple of horses have just had a little look at that fence too. They're just taking them a minute to get into the swing of things.
But the lovely thing is these days people understand that that's okay. They just sit behind it. Whereas in when I started, we all tried to go as far away from the fence as we could, stand more further and further until eventually we fell over. So we learnt.
Stella quick change, very, very bold into the water there and made it look like a pre-novice. FEI 100, easily through. Back with the Italian rider. Just quick check of her watch there.
Not bothered one bit, was he?
Not
by
at
the
all.
change of
No.
ground or the ditches, nothing, just beautiful, happy, confident.
Yeah, she's
horse.
got into a really, really lovely rhythm. And the horse is focused.
Another one that's only 9 years old, so well done. No, I lie. Yes, he is 9 years old, and he's by a horse called Jaguar Male, a French sire, which a lot of people that are interested in breeding will have heard of. Show jumping sire.
Prolific eventing sire now
and
as well.
now very much an eventing sire, well, has been for some time. Came out of the ranks of show jumping himself. So I'm going to have another go at this name, Tintoretto del Quadrifoglio.
Very well said.
That's quite right. And another nice turn, and you so spot on that. It's a beautiful balanced turn and a lovely jump. Streaking past students' accommodation as we come back to our Miller Bavig, Norway. Very well ridden indeed. Straight into the water. There's quite a long way, isn't there, to go to get used to the water before they actually have to form up to these white painted stones or pretend stones.
Yes, there is, and just keeping the balance, but also the momentum travelling through the water, staying in balance. And the Italian rider there popped nicely over the A element, going on the wide turn, really nice and controlled, and beautifully over that. That was one of the best we've seen.
Yeah.
And then really moving away from her fence.
Dressage of 39.5, a very competitive dressage and phase with some great scores.
Iria Koboskayo and Vivaldi Doris Durwa
The brush corners
for
at
Spain.
11 A and B as
Team
they
member,
turn
as
right
you
as
see.
they're heading up the hill for Sarah Goldschlag with Tintoretto del Quadrifoglio.
Norway heading to the fourth last fence. Stella quick change, doing a lovely job around this course. Stella's the horse, Miller's the rider. Area coming up to fence 4. Highly decorated, spooky job. looking all the time, but absolutely nailing it. The stallion. Oh, am I saying that one? He wasn't.
Oh, just having a look down into the bits there, but the rider really responded well and just gave him the confidence, and he just popped out nicely to the second one.
Finally made my mind up. It is the stallion.
And here we have our finisher. Fantastic, very nice round. And support crew all rushing to congratulate him.
Bronze medal. Home with that 15 penalties.
Very well done. Another horse that's only 9 years old, which is about right for this level. It's a big occasion. It's not just a backyard novice event. It's a big occasion.
It really is a big occasion, and you know they'll have been practicing and training so hard over the last 5-6 weeks with their team trainers, and to come here it can be quite overwhelming. You know, it's their first team debut riding for your country, and it's fantastic to have so many riders from different nations here.
And you're trying to fit it in with schoolwork and college work and exams, and very often the exams are at the wrong time, or this championships isn't quite at the right time. So there's all sorts of problems, and somebody's got to keep the horse fit while you're at school, and not everybody's got the money to send them to somewhere smart. You have to do it yourself, your parents.
And it comes down to your support team.
Beautifully done.
You really do have to have a really good support team behind you to make all of this possible. Here we are, another starter.
Piebald.
Yes, I'm told one of a couple, according to Spencer. We were discussing this earlier. So we have an Irish rider, Ted O'Leary, my battling together's Cracker Jack, a team member.
No problems with those brush corners for Ariel Carr.
Very unusual, isn't it, Ginny? We get very, very few coloured horses in eventing, and I've never quite worked out why. What's your thoughts?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it's personal preference. I mean, some people, love the coloured horses, and I think it's personal preference. I mean, there's some fantastic little horses that have come through the ranks, and look at this one. He's really motoring down here to fence 4. Ears pricked, smile on his face, and nicely popped over that really positively.
I think Ted and him have a tremendous partnership by the look of it. I hope we're still saying that at the end of the course, but they just look like they're one moulded pair,
fantastic. Brilliantly through there.
So we'll watch his turn. Does he do a lovely wide turn, or does he scamper around the inside like a little pony in a bending race? We'll see.
I mean, he looks very nippy, doesn't he, over those first few combinations?
I think whatever happens, he'll handle it.
And there we see just wearing a yellow ribbon for Tiggy, which we've seen on the previous Irish rider. Wow, nipped around the corner, quite a tight line there. And
yes, and just inevitably nailed it, didn't he?
Yeah, he really did. Yeah, really, really did.
Yes, as Ginny was saying, Tiggy lost her life in a schooling accident, jumping a hay bale 2 years ago. Tragic. And these wonderful Irish riders keep remembering her with a yellow ribbon.
Spanish rider really nicely through that.
Riding very well, these Spanish. I wonder who's teaching them.
Yes, very well indeed.
Just letting them into the water gently, and then they've got plenty of time to get used to it. And sometimes a little spooky. White is a funny colour to some horses, just having to encourage them a bit.
Number 251, riding for Spain.
We've got another red-legged Austrian coming. I rather love this Austrian colour scheme now. The red hat was what you used to have, and now they're joining it with some wonderful red breeches. Riding beautifully. I had a wonderful 7 years training the Austrians, and these ones I don't know because they're so much younger. They were probably in their cots when I was training the somewhat older generation. Probably about 5 years ago now I left, having had a thoroughly fun time. Great nation to try to help.
And just a few scores that we've got in. So Holly Clark remains in 6th position, double clear inside the time. Went round in 7 minutes 20 to finish on her 30.5 dressage, which is fantastic. So that's a lovely round for her. So we've got there Sir Boggles and Samilia Manfield on 28.8, currently in the lead.
Well done, that's good to hear all that, Ginny. No scores appearing yet on the screen, but very well ridden by Madalena Zellhofer on the Austrian team on highlight.
And as it looks, so the optimum time is fairly achievable. So we have got a number of horses clear inside the time.
And at this level, when the cross country isn't so difficult, it's going to always be the case. There's going to be much more dressage and a show jumping competition. But that is the way it is. And as the levels become more difficult, the cross country can become more difficult, and then it starts to have more bearing on the result. But it's got to start somewhere, and this is the first stepping stone, and it's great to watch these riders. Look at that beautiful riding,
really
lovely lower leg. She has learned something from whoever it was I taught, who taught her, teaches her, because she's got a beautiful lower leg.
And here we are back with
oh, another one that tripped.
Ted O'Leary and this awesome little piebald. I'm wondering, Lucinda, could he be a young Cathal Daniels in the making?
Do you think? Exactly.
He's riding really well, just giving his horse a little tap on the shoulder, saying, come on.
I was taught never to do that, but everybody does it now. I was taught that all the tap on the shoulder did was make them look back at you if you want them to go forwards.
Yes, I do also
give them a crack
wonder.
Behind the saddle.
Yeah,
and I'm afraid it's
them.
becoming such a habit, and it's perfectly all right, I think, when you're coming into a tremendous angle, just to say, no, don't run out. But I don't think you want to do it to go forwards.
No.
Give them a harder wee kick if necessary.
Champion de France as journaliste, it says here, which I suspect it means that they, in 2022, in June, they became champion of France for that age, maybe.
I think we're waiting for Paul Barret from France. Dealer of Love, what an appropriate name for a Frenchman, in the team. Only 9 years old. Quite a lot of 9-year-olds.
So, our lady
Got his goggles on, ready to go.
Or should I say Paul Barret?
It's interesting, you don't have to wear goggles, and you can wear dark ones, light ones. I've never worn anything, but racing, it's different because you've got the mud flying back at you from other horses. But some people need to because they have a certain sort of eyesight that they need to have certain lenses, and then they wear glasses they can fug up.
They are getting quite popular, actually, and I myself have worn them a couple of times.
Have you worn dark ones? Oh, lovely. Well done, Austria. Beautifully into the water. Just got her body back in time to make the turn for the final element. Well done, Magdalene.
Yes, I have gone with the dark ones purely because my eyes water when it's quite windy.
Can I quickly ask you, as we watch Paul Barret and Dealer of Love coming to fence 4, do you find with the dark glasses that you can still see all the shadows and the sun that you need to know that the horse has got to see? Yes, I think you can. But what I do struggle with them is the peripheral vision. Because how very interesting. I hadn't thought of that. It blocks out your peripheral. You don't realise what peripheral vision you have until you can't use it. Yes,
exactly. So I'm not
beautifully done there. Sorry, Dealer of Love. We're admiring you enormously from our seats. It's a new route that Eric Winter has devised. We used to turn another way and go through the water, but he's made a break in the fence line and bringing them around here. Another one that went right into the bottom, but beautifully ridden, no problem, lovely jump.
So, yeah, Paul did a lovely jump over that. So he's sitting on a 32 dressage.
Madeleine of Austria, fairly going a good pace, I would say, letting him slow down to look in the hollow over that skinny fine. Well done. She's looking very much as if she knows what she's doing. It's really a lovely sight. Well done, the pair of them.
There we see Paul's horse just coming down to the combination here. Inside line.
Beautiful jump.
Lovely through there.
And that, I think, is a testament how good the ground is. They're not slipping on that corner as they go against the camber and across the road against the camber and turn. They've put a lot of water from their own lake into the ground.
Beautiful jump over that.
The French have a reputation for going very, very fast, and I'm just impressed how Paul Barrier is riding a lovely controlled line through here. Oh, and he had to really work to not have that boy run out on him. Just took the red flag with him, but he well jumped the fence, so he shouldn't get any penalties for taking the flag. Now he's got to slow him right down, and it's quite difficult because they've come over some quite open fences, and he's done a beautiful job. Now he's got to ride. Oh, come on, keep riding.
Yeah,
he was quite lucky, wasn't he? Because he did stop riding at the crucial moment, and he went again ahead of the horse there. So there's so much so good. He's doing so well, but just a little bit of inexperience showing. And at 17, you're not going to know it all. It's a long, long time.
No, but the horse responds well to him.
Doesn't he?
Just the final fence to go there for Magdalena Zerhofer and Highlight.
New starter here, Swedish rider Julia Andersson, and Cocktail Imperial, a Holstein gelding. Lovely through the combination there at 5A and B. The Hartpury Sport plank spreads. This lovely grey gelding. A little bit close to that fence 7, but jumps it nicely and moves away. Up the climb. Cruising on up the hill.
To our Frenchman, Paul Barry. Oh, he's landed short on that bank, but he was a clever chap, dealer of love. He barely even noticed that his left front leg had gone into the face of the bank, and he didn't trip, and on he went. Oh,
okay.
At 14 years old, you'd rather like to think he'd have jumped that fence. It's a reasonably straightforward log with a ground line well out.
A little bit cheeky there, I think.
Yeah, just maybe she was sleeping, having come up the hill. He did look a bit sleepy himself, didn't he, coming up the hill? So maybe they just switched off between them a little bit. Now get your head up and get looking. Beautiful.
That was a
well, actually, at the last second,
he just tried to nip out again there, didn't he?
At the last second, I think he was thinking of nipping out.
She possibly thinks
she shouldn't have to come back. She jumped the
from
fence.
From our angle, certainly.
Well, this is very true.
Yeah.
You're so right to say that. From our angle, she jumped the fence. But the head-on camera may tell her she didn't, and she doesn't want to be eliminated. So she's not meant to ask the judges. The rules are now that the judges don't tell you whether you need to go again. There's a bit of a confusion going on there. We'll see what happens in a minute. Paul Barry into the water. I've set up this time, Paul, otherwise you might get wet. No! Oh, I'm so sorry. Because things had been going jolly well, but they started to look a bit like they were coming unravelled at the last water. Almost like he's getting a bit tired.
It's all happening out on course now.
I'm not sure if that retake line is very good. Yes, it is. It's spot on. From our angle, we weren't quite sure. But
what a shame. Real shame there. And I think Julia here, now the flag has just been put back up. And she popped nicely over that.
Amazed by that, and I'd love to know if she really had to do that again, but she must have thought she did, or she wouldn't have come back. We don't need to do fences twice if we don't have to.
And as a rider, it's so difficult to know.
So
you know, I've in the past have been like, did I jump it?
Yeah,
and like, you know, you just don't know. There we go. She's got things back together. She jumped nicely through the water there. She's put the mishaps behind her. And jumped lovely through that water fence. And so, actually, interestingly, one of the ground jury from the young riders, Anne Bostock, just popped that red flag up for her at that combination.
Ever helpful ground jury.
Always.
Thank you.
Yep. They're out spotting these juniors.
So through the water and on to the home farm gate at 13 for Sweden's Julia Andersson. Picked up those 20 penalties at the 8th. They run on at the Andrew Bones fence 14. And our next away for Belgium will be Marie de Horn.
So Paul Burray and Dealer of Love, they have got home, but will have 20 penalties against them for that refusal at fence 17.
Thinking we're waiting because we don't see the German rider down in that start area. We see what possibly is the Belgium.
And see
either the German rider has started or they're not starting.
For Germany.
I'll tell you in a minute.
This is their third team
goes.
Member going across country.
I suspect.
By Anita Schmidt, Delechi, Caruso JH, a nice test of 33.3.
It's Marie de Horn, but it might tell me it is telling me something different. So Germany's in a red hat. Isabel Christina Leckie and
the brush
Caruso.
corners, jump 111B.
Isabel's in the German team. As we watch the little Swedish combination into the last water. Keep kicking. Keep kicking, keep kicking. Interesting that we've had 2 in a row.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yes, I wonder if the shadows have changed. It looks to me like there aren't any shadows because the sun has gone in a little or gone behind a cloud. But sometimes that can make a huge difference. And suddenly horses don't quite trust what they see as we watch the water. Oh, some interesting. Oh, I'm going to get a wet one.
No.
Oh, poor thing.
A shame. What a shame.
That's
for
really
the German
bad
rider after a 33.3 dressage. Oh, what a shame.
Isabel. Oh, dear. Standing in the water, looking very dejected, wondering if her horse is going to come back. Even if he does, it's not much good because she has to walk home now, having had a tip-off.
The first of the plank spreads out before fence 5 from Marie de Horn.
In the good old days, we'd have to get back on with wet breeches, wet boots, and try and ride. When we were so slippery, it was like oil on your saddle when you got wet breeches. And the same thing happens when it really rains. Actually, it's very, very hard to stay gripping the saddle with very wet breeches and a very, very wet leather saddle. So those orange clothes are usually representative of Holland as we watch our next German. So whoever that was that fell in the water, it wasn't this one. Must have had the wrong label on it. Isabel Christine Delecky and an 8-year-old young horse, Caruso. Ginny, when you look at the breeding, I'm just looking at the breeding of Caruso, does any of that ring a bell? Because you're into breeding a lot more than I am. It doesn't.
Not hugely familiar.
No, it doesn't
with
say much to me, but that doesn't mean to say it's not wonderful breeding.
Quite.
It's just that I'm trying to learn, and I wondered if you had any more.
So this
idea.
actually was the Belgian rider, I think, Lucinda here.
This is the Belgian rider.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was the German rider that was
Marie
in the
de
water.
Haan, and
Yeah.
there
So
we go, she did a good
my
job
confusion is that we've had 2 red hats in a row.
there. Yes.
So I apologise. So we'd got a wet German, and so far so good for our Belgian. Starting looks to me
Sophie
to be
Wiening,
orange.
Netherlands, as we were saying, that orange
Yes.
hat silk. Jimmy Chu M, gelding KWPN by
Great.
Stay Power.
Great name, Jimmy.
Brilliant, love it.
He's really zipping along. Sophie's saying, "Come on, get going." No looking at the crowds. We got a job to do.
Well, Marie was third in the Junior Belgium Championship earlier this year.
21 fences ahead of us.
Really zipping along, as you said.
I love his face. Watch his eye. It'd be
Yeah.
interesting to watch if we get to see him doing this next double, when his eye takes up what the problem is and whether he worries about it or whether he just says, "Let's go." He looks very bold.
He looks very bold.
Certainly,
And
let's
quick
go.
footwork there.
Wonderful response
Brilliantly
to
through
her.
that.
Have you seen that fence? Yep, I have, and I'm off.
I've got it. Let's go.
Lovely. Jimmy Shoe.
Oh, more problems down at that water. The Hartpury Bailey's Horse Feeds water. Number of problems recently here. Taking the alternative there, the Belgian rider.
So beautifully done, straight in. Didn't take the risk of the long route. And now the Dutch whipping round and flying into this fence. And oh my goodness, this one could slip over. But no, the brilliant ground has kept the traction on that. You could see a great clod of earth being spun up as he turned that turn. I mean, he's flying, and probably being a little bit too strong is Jimmy Shoe for Sophie at her 17 years. She won't have got the strength in her body yet. I think it takes a long time to get rider strength.
So earlier, Lucinda, we were just waiting for the German rider Hannah Jensen with a Clara, and we have just heard that she had withdrawn.
Oh, I'm sorry for her. What a miserable thing, all the way from Germany and not able to compete a bit that's fun.
Yes, a real shame.
Will be next away.
I'll take you to the park for like 10 minutes.
And we have a new starter out on course, but we then also switch.
This is
back
very strong. Whilst you've been studying scores, we've been watching it really ripping along, and she's managing it incredibly well, Sophie, because Jimmy Chu has his own ideas about life, and she's right on the button with him.
She speeds on up the hill. So back to our new starter, Jasmine Underwood, British rider, Indian girl G, on a score of 31.1, lying in 9th position.
Number 3, and of course, overnight, Great Britain won,
Team member
sitting in second place behind
and a 9-year-old mare,
Jasmine brings
Dutch bred.
31.1 for the Dutch. So that ended.
I don't know whether it's your experience, Jenny, but I've found Dutch horses can be pretty spooky, and it's pretty, you shouldn't really generalise because so can any horse be spooky, but it'd be interesting to see how the mare takes on this gravel and ditch, and definitely having a look, but not too bad, not as much of a look as some.
No, she responded to Jasmine. To the bunker we are now with Sophie Wiening and Jimmy Chu, and pops up.
No, that's not Jimmy Chu. Jimmy Chu's black and very strong. So that, I think, must be Marie de Haan. So it's jolly difficult getting all these names up one after the other, and sometimes one gets up that isn't quite right. Easily done. Whoa, and another one. Now, this is absolutely fascinating. There's 3 in a row.
The
2 run out.
horses.
Actually, we've had 1 that's gone. 2 ran out and 1 just ground to a halt. And it doesn't surprise me because I've always worried with white and water on some horses is a funny, funny effect. Must be her 3rd stop because she looks like she's retiring.
The waters really are causing some problems today, aren't they,
Well,
Mrs.
it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, they really are. Having ridden very well.
This hasn't had any problems until now. 3 within 4 horses, and now
Yeah.
we've got
British rider jumping nicely
yes.
over this.
Okay, well done, thank you.
Jasmine, makes a nice turn there. Oh,
Ooh.
flies out over the B element.
Somebody's loving his jumping or her jumping.
In a little
Italian
go,
waiting
Jasmine
there at the
Underwood, all
start.
good news
Paolo
over 8 and
Bettini.
down over that first big question on course. at
Scuderia
9.80,
1918
long
Vivian,
two angles,
team member.
Edge there and jumping the apple cart. Comes on now to jump 1 brush corners at 11. Going well.
Nerve-wracking
10th place
time
overnight.
waiting and then starting, and you
Jasmine
just wonder if your
Underwood
horse is
riding
going to bed the right
as the
side and
third
really
team
wants to
member
take you,
cross-country
or does he
for
come out a bit
TGV.
shy? This one looks like he might be a little bit shy, a little bit looky.
Jasmine, only took
Takes
up riding
sometimes a
there
few
some 5
fences
years ago.
for a horse to really get
Hartpury
into the
that
buzz of it all.
completed,
And that's why it's nice if the first few fences are not too difficult.
previously focused
Absolutely,
on
and
the
as we said earlier, different
on the hockey
horses,
field.
different personalities. Oh,
Here
and
we
look,
go,
there's
really well
our
through
Irish
the
horse
going
being
the dark
cooled
way with
off.
that table step and,
Didn't he have a fantastic round?
And Jasmine for the British team into the water, huge jump, and now really had to react incredibly quickly to turn because I think her horse, Indian Girl, had seen to the left and was off that way, and she very quickly recovered after an enormous jump in, which unbalances horse and rider a little. Well done. Leopoldi at fence 4. Is he going to be a bit looky here at the 5? Looks like he's looking. But he's actually done a beautiful job. He just slowed him up and let him look. And got a beautiful, confident response as a result.
Really lovely through there.
Those white legs you're seeing are not, in fact, he's got 4 white stockings as the leg grease that quite a lot of people put on so that if they hit a fence, they are more easily likely to slide over it. It's quite a nuisance to have to get it off and clean them all up for the vet's inspection, the horse inspection the following day. But lots of people do still wear it.
Jasmine Underwood here, just coming to the bunker, setting up. Horse
Looking
as low
where
as
he's
his head.
going. Even though he's got that shield over his eyes, which I think sometimes might come a bit low because they've got this extraordinary peripheral vision that goes above them, beside them, underneath them. They can see something like 340 or 50 degrees around them, a horse, much, much more than we can. I'm always a bit nervous having that tassel just above the eye, but beautifully done through that second water for our British combination there.
Italian rider at the
Quite
top.
fast, but beautifully done. How will he get back? No slipping over. Oh, it's a good job. Well done.
Very good job there. What's really nice to see, so many of these horses just in a normal loose ring snaffle. I've seen a number of them and they've got the control and the balance, and it's just really nice to see. Jasmine really moved on there. She's jumping the Gemini stud stone walls under that archway, moved on, moving distance over the B elements and rides away, and she's heading for home, looking to have a really nice round.
Well, sat back. That was a very different view to what we've seen several of them. And then having done such a good job, just canters straight past the next fence. Jolly easy to do though, because the 2 fences, whilst they look far apart, are very tightly connected.
They have
She did well, didn't she? Because she actually sat back and said, just get in that water, rather than leaning forward and hoping.
Yes, no, he did indeed. He got the horse into the water and then just possibly cut the angle a little bit tight to come back to the skinny. I'd have probably wanted to swing out a little bit wider, but in the heat and the moment...
Sorry, Leopoldo, that I called you a she.
On to the Hartpury Alumni finale fence at 21.
Just waiting now for our next starter.
Well, thanks very much to Ginny. We're back with the Italian combination. This is down at the bunker. Nicely in and out of that combination fence. We've got now probably 15 left to go as Leopoldo Petrini and Scuderia 1918 Vivian, team member for Italy, just lost his stirrup, just regains that quite confidently, quite calmly before that fence. The Hartpury Shields in the water at 17. And it gallops nicely away. That has jumped well, Lucinda, on the whole today, hasn't it? I mean, we did have that spate of those horses just...
Literally, it's the first one that's gone since the two that ran out and one that stopped.
Yeah.
And we're not quite sure. If we're actually down there, I'd be running over to that fence to have a look and see what has changed, the angle of the sun, something.
We haven't really had that much sun out. I mean, it's been fairly overcast. It is trying to poke its face through the clouds, but at the moment it is still a little bit overcast. But one wonders, because we did have that spate of probably, I think, 3 in a row. As he now comes to the stone walls, last combination fence through the archway, and jumps the second. Probably one of the longest galloping stretches here, as well as they head to the last 3 fences towards home.
The 1918 Vivian.
We're waiting down at the start, the Swiss combination. Swiss combination being Robin Studer and Falco de Anse. Stallion, 10 years old.
Well, our next combination
that leaderboard, well, it is still the German combination, Smiller, Menin, Philip and Sir Boggles. 28.82 that could go ahead of them is Matthias Ruder, Kai Stefan Ruder's son, and Isabel Cook, Tina Cook's daughter. 2 very experienced riders as parents, and 2 very exciting young guns for the future. Isabel in her very first European Championships, team rider for Great Britain, who are currently in silver medal position. But things could all change if we've seen some drama happening right the way through this junior cross-country that started at 9:30 this morning. About 15 or so left to go.
And complete, which is good news for Italy. And no jumping penalties to add to their dressage score of 32.2. We'll just wait and see what their time is.
Testing. Off they go. Switzerland.
Well, our latest starter, the previously introduced Robin Suter on the course and over the now 5-star log.
Really come to the fore in the senior game. With the first time since the 50s.
To themselves,
and
they're riding beautifully in the early part of their cross-country effort as they pop over the Animal House and shoot.
They've been doing really rather well, especially in the Nations Cups as well. They've had a couple of really good wins. They won in Bertone del Vivaro, the site that will be the World Championships in a few weeks' time. Robin Godal also been absolutely flying for Switzerland. As you said, Andrew Nicholson, the maestro, the man behind the Swiss team. Well, just coming down to those bars, 5A, 5B, and nicely jumping both of those. It has caused the odd problem. There's been a lot of spooky horses at that combination, first combination on course, as they run up the ramp and jump those two Hartpury bars at 5A and B, the sport plank spreads.
Fascinating that Switzerland has suddenly found its voice in senior eventing, and look how good this junior is looking in the cross-country phase. So the word is getting down the ranks in Switzerland. I'm intrigued by how well they've been doing in the senior ranks recently. I think in the sort of warm-up for the World Championships at Pretonia that Spencer was mentioning, they had 2 inside the time and 1 on the time, and I think that was the only team to have 3 that had got the 0 for the time. So it's pretty impressive. Andrew Nicholson was an incredible rider and still is, that has dropped out of the top international level, and he's proving to be an extraordinary trainer, because the Swiss were not that hot at cross country and they're really getting to grips with it. It's really thrilling to watch. Robin Suter, young teenager, super cross-country balance, lovely giving the horse his head, letting him use his full extent of his neck and head. Remember, that's their 5th leg, so if they can't use their neck and head, they aren't going to be able to balance. He nearly banked that. It's an interesting thing, and that stopped him being able to make the turn, because everything was going so well, and then the horse, for whatever reason, maybe he's born in Ireland, put down on top. Oh, and he's done it again.
And he jumped the wrong side of the flag there as well.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
did
I'm pretty sure he did. Can we see a replay?
I'm really interested in that. I saw the red flag, but I thought he was okay.
Yeah,
okay, glad we're not judges, Spencer.
Well, exactly.
Let's just see if we can get in here. Beautifully ridden there. Yeah, I know he's doing a great job, but the horse definitely sort of thought that those bushy things were banks at the corners, and that threw him off balance, and he couldn't turn to the second one. And then when he did get it, you're worried he might have missed the flag.
Well, let's go back and have a look. You can just see that red flag on the representing. That's the run out.
Oh, that's the first. Yeah, that's a bit more obvious.
So
now let's see the second one.
We will see that, because it was from a different camera angle when we saw that for the second time. So keep your eye on red flag. They must jump the right side of it. He's turned in fairly tight.
Well, the left side as we look at it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Wrong side, don't you think?
Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness, I'm so glad at this point I'm not a judge, because I do think that he had it on his left, and it needs to be on his right.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shame.
That is a real shame.
Yes, because if that is the case, I think he'll get pulled up.
Well, now we go to the finish combination. This is Anselmi Lae and Krogarden Tenner, representing Finland. Anselmi Lae coming on to the 4th of the 21 numbered fences. 30 jumping efforts out there on Eric Winter's cross-country course. Gets very low. That was a very lucky moment at the 4th. Will that have unnerved them? No such luck.
Beautifully done. Probably just sharpen them both up, do you think? Lovely job through the double at 5.
Well, we also understand if you're waiting for Anya Connolly for Ireland, she has also withdrawn.
Oh, more sadness. I'm so sorry. So disappointing. We've got everything ready to go, and something's just a little bit wrong. The horse maybe lost a shoe or something and got sore foot. Any tiny thing can go wrong, and you just don't dare run them, because you only want to run a horse when he's at his top peak condition. You can't risk running a lame horse. Sometimes it's the rider that falls sick. And it's a much better thing if a sick rider withdraws too, because you need every ounce of strength and sharpness of thinking that you possess when you ride across country. It's not good news if you're ill.
No, it certainly isn't.
Beautiful, look at that line there.
We'll keep an eye on that score for Robin Suter and Falco de Als down at the corners that we saw just a few moments ago. As the finish combination down to the Hartpury water.
Just watching his hind legs coming into that double, there was something quite strange going on, and then it just so happened that he did another really odd thing with his hind legs as he jumped. I don't know that we'll see that again, but it was rather interesting.
Well, here we have for Norway now, Andrea sent Moheim with Anna Harvey Springbok, a 14-year-old by Ricardo Z, Irish sport horse. They are up to the third. This is the Legends Triple Bar. And driving round that, there's a lovely fence to jump. That was a few moments ago. They're now clear of the fourth. The Conscope Ruckus Cord Pile, that cord pile at 4.
Wonderfully done again, well done.
Representing Norway as an individual. Andrea Moheim going round now to jump 2 fences. She'll jump 1 out of sight, which is the Hartpury Equine Academy Acorn at 6, and then comes through the fence line and turns. We've seen quite a few, and I think whether they've been watching or listening or learning, taking a slightly wider line to the Burkett's Brush Oxer at 7.
See what Norway does.
Tight
line. Because ostensibly, if you want to get the time, you need to take the tightest line everywhere. But at this level, the time is slower, 520 meters a minute, not 570. So it's easier to get the time, so you can afford to take wider turns. But as you go up the ladder and get through the grades, it's economy of line that is everything. And the tight turn into that fence would be definitely something you would need to do to get anywhere near the time. So Andrea coming down, going to take the angle, and it is quite an angle. They don't always see it, but he's seen it beautifully.
It's great to watch the horses, and we touched on each horse being very much individual and their own personalities, but just watching these horses all the way around, you can almost see them growing.
Another one.
It's a risk, isn't it? When they take off a little bit earlier, it's a very insignificant rail coming up the hill, and they're landing higher than they're taking off. But there's that lip.
And actually, although he didn't clear the lip, he never even faltered, did he? Unlike a couple that have actually gone down on their noses. And I thought there was another one that was having a look at the water, but the white stones, but he jumped it beautifully.
Over the first of those corners. Quite a wide turn, but is neatly now over the...
Lucy Marcel for France. Celeste Dubai.
Through the second water combination, though.
Lovely French horses. The French horses were extremely successful in the Tokyo Olympics. French-bred horses, I think 4 out of the first 5 were French-bred. Could be wrong. But it was extraordinary how many were. And I think French breeding has really found the key to the present day sport. And I tell you, the sport changes from decade to decade. So it might not be the answer in 10 years' time. He looks brave, like so many French horses are. He's not. He did, actually. I thought he wasn't going to worry about the gravel, but he absolutely did. He even jumped onto the second bit. So there you go. Shows how much I know.
It's an interesting fence, and not only because of the ramp up, but because of the change in the colour of the ground.
It's very, very, very
and you made a comment yesterday when we were walking around that Lady Hugh Russell had always said about drop fences on fences that run uphill.
Well, she said no spread and drop, and that is a spread and drop, but the front rail is very low. But there was
you've jumped some pretty big spreads with drops on, haven't you, Lucinda? In
well,
your time?
we ended up in Los Angeles Olympics, and the third fence was a massive spread and drop off a sort of mound. And I remember Lady Hughes' words, you know, never jump a spread and a drop. Anyhow, we jolly jumped it. It was a biggie.
So back to the Norwegian combination at the bunker. Well, going through there on a fairly loose stride, but they clearly know each other very well. Andrea Lerset-Moheim and Anna Harvey Springbok go down to the Hartpury Shields in the water.
14 years old, so maybe they've had quite a long time together, but if not, he's had quite a long time to learn his game, Moheim.
And we go back up the course to the French pair, Lucie Marcel and Celeste de Belay.
Oh, and he's shied at the, but just very quickly got his mind on the corner ahead, because he shied at the trees inside which she turned, and that's the last thing you want, because you want him to be looking around the corner to the fence, but he made it.
Away from the start for Spain, this is David Campos and our Quillo DB 3301. And I learned something the other day. The numbers up a lot of the Spanish horses is something to do with the percentage of thoroughbreds in them, and they put that at the end of their names. And I didn't know that at all until I was told about it a couple of weeks ago.
So does that mean he's 33.0%?
It's something like that, yeah.
Fascinating,
yeah.
Spencer.
And they put that after the horses' names.
And beautifully written.
I didn't know. It was somewhere. It was an AA. And then numbers after it, and the AA was the Anglo-Arab, and then the numbers after it there was the percentage of thoroughbred in that horse.
Oh, we must follow that up, because that's a really interesting thing to do.
And I didn't know whether it was a battery type.
Double A, yes, exactly, love it.
But I did get sent a message saying, no, it's not, and that was exactly what it is.
Oh, well done. Yes, we learn a lot on these commentaries, because we get texts saying, that's wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Quite often.
You're meant to believe every word we say, but I rather hope you don't, because we don't always get everything right. And a beautiful, absolutely, the horse so within himself mentally at those two fences. Totally understood what he had to do and just pricked his ears, and beautifully ridden, but just lovely.
The way I liked how he rode that, because there was no stick out, there was no flapping. He came up there nice and calmly and gave that horse all the time he needed to read that question, see the ground, the difference in colour, where he was going, and the
horse did
through.
Also. The horse did not make any effort to be bad. So
exactly.
It's easy to look good when the horse is being good, but it was just lovely to see it follow through. But when a horse starts to spook, you've got to get in there and do something. Gosh, he rides beautifully, this one.
They have really impressed. Coming to the last, this is the 21st and final fence, the Hartpury alumni finale, the Norwegian combination of Andrea Lerset-Moheim and Anna Harvey Springbok. Good round for them. Now with the Spanish young man.
I've just called him a girl again. I'm so sorry, David. Very beautifully ridden again. How's this turn going to be? And he also thought that was a jump.
Yeah.
And you've got to be a little bit careful, because if you aim a horse at those trees and they start to think it's a jump and then you pull them off, they can get very disappointed and confused and then run out of the fence you are trying to jump. He definitely lined up those trees, the horse did. But David's doing a wonderful job here, and we're going back now to Lucie Marcel from France, Celeste Dubailly. And let's see if he's going to make this water easy like the earlier part of the competition did. No, he didn't. He jumped it, but he went right into the bottom going, I'm not sure. Interesting. And this is a get-you-home fence, really. The archway is just looks nice. It's not really a huge problem for horses usually.
Well, this is Godfrey Gibbons with Milton Free Spirit, team rider for Ireland. We're moving into the final rotation of team riders now. This is where it gets very exciting with the team scores. And Godfrey Gibbons riding the 10-year-old, this Irish 4-horse mare by Contra A, owned by Mary Doon.
As David does another fantastic job across the water, first water. And this one reminds me more of Cathal Daniels. He's riding very long, and I think I remember Cathal rides long too, who's a fairly new recruit to the senior Irish team. He's made his name in the last 5 years or so. And this is also chestnut, so it makes me think of Cathal's chestnut mare that was such dynamite. And very well sat back at that last second, just when the horse said, "Are you sure that ditch is okay?" "Yep, I'm sure." You just horses gain so much confidence from their riders. This is the finisher.
She doesn't look very happy, Lucinda.
She doesn't look happy?
No.
Oh, well, maybe she's not happy.
Well, no, she's not very happy
She's
at
rather
all.
throwing her toys out the pram, actually, because he's flapping her reins. And she should be pulling up in a nice, balanced fashion so the horse doesn't turn its ankle over or something. But she's clearly furious. She's slapping her thigh. And she must have been, and we're all cross with ourselves when we make a mistake. It's so easy to do. And you feel it would have been so easy to avoid. This has got a beautiful feel, this boy, Godfrey. Milsham Free Spirit. They seem to know each other well. I don't know if that's the case, but they certainly seem in harmony at the moment.
Well, as we come to the end of the Junior Championship cross country, we're on that final rotation of team riders.
David's horse stood off there, but just made the lip without the trip. Sorry to interrupt you, Spencer.
No, it's fine.
It's got a lovely way of sitting, this boy. He's in behind, but he's with. And then the horse stood off rather unexpectedly and just slightly stumbled when he landed. And it was all absorbed by those long legs and that body of the Italian. Another little nip out to the right. And he's beautifully ridden. Tiny little horse, long-legged fellow. Little 9-year-old mare.
Well, I've just been looking at the scores, and it's interesting. Lucy Marcel, who we saw finish, who looked jolly unhappy and was slapping her thigh and not full of the spirit.
Oops, well done, Godfrey.
According to all sources, she was clear inside the time.
Oh.
So maybe she thought she did something wrong, or I don't know.
Or maybe they haven't registered it yet.
Maybe they haven't, but you usually register it first and then take it off. So it'll be interesting.
Golly, how interesting!
Anyway, we'll bring you news as soon as we can.
Time was all right.
She was clear inside.
That's extraordinary. Another wonderfully dressed Austrian rider, Amy Rose. Another one that must have been in her pram when I was trying to help the Austrian team because I never met her.
Yeah, riding Gin Tonic 150.
Great name, Andrew Nicholson there. That's a spectator that I think was Andrew. Maybe he's up here helping the Swiss. Maybe it wasn't him, but I thought it was.
Ballooning the first of those
look at that.
Planks. Much more economical jump at the second. Well, Godfrey, we'd just seen him a little bit. Well, he was lying in 9th place with a dressage 31.1 as we just see coming home. The Spanish rider David Peninen Campos with Arquillo DV. Brilliant round for him. I have to say, the Spanish have really impressed on the cross-country today, these young riders. Juniors, but young riders.
Haven't they? And I'm sorry, not only did I call David call you a girl, I also called him an Italian, so one way or another I'm going to get the sack. But yes, I agree, the Spanish riders have really come up trumps on what we've seen so far today.
We'll back up with Godfrey now. Godfrey Gibbons at the bunker.
One leg just didn't quite make the top, but it never disturbed the horse's balance at all.
31.1 there. You can see the dressage score lying in 10th place. He will move up that leaderboard because we have had a couple of withdrawals, so he's now lying in 9th. Could go higher too. We've got two right at the top of the leaderboard, Matthias Ruder and Isabel Cook. They'll be coming out very shortly. Austrian rider Amy Rose Froeth and Gin Tonic.
Beautifully ridden. Well done, Amy Rose. Don't we love these rose stirrups, rose breeches, and the others had the red hat too, but Amy Rose, despite being on the team, has a black one.
Well, this is Godfrey Gibbons at the stone walls. The last combination fence, Milton Free Spirit under the archway.
Horses are so incredible. Puts in a little tiny stride in front of the first grey wall, comes off a lovely big open stride at the second. They can do anything if your body stays and waits.
Final team rider now for France. This is Elsie Bourget and César de Haute-Crête. 10-year-olds. Self-Francais gelding, owned by Elsie. Back up to the Austrian.
And very brave through there, not even a look at the water before he took off. Well done.
So the French team rider in Elsie Bourget.
Strong horse. I think César de Haute-Crête is another one of these French horses that has probably come out of his mother galloping fast. He looks very strong. We are only at the beginning, and some horses come out strong and settle. Others come out strong and stay strong and get stronger. As we watch the lovely little Irish horse finish.
Godfrey Gibbons, lovely round for him. We'll bring you his time because it was an important one, not only for himself individually, but also for the team, because it was a 31.1 dressage.
This is our strong Frenchman. I think he needs a bigger course too. What age is he? 10 years old. He's going to have her work cut out to keep him roughly in control for the rest of this 3.5-mile course.
Yeah, distance of 3,910 metres, so very nearly 4 kilometres. 7 minutes 32 seconds. 51.7 the dressage for Elsie Bourget.
Very strong into that, but look at this control. Golly, and look at the wonderful little bouncy stride the horse did to spring up into the air over that corner. What a lovely, lovely bit of riding. What a beautiful horse. A little trot stride to get into the hollow and easily cleared the lip. Austria sitting really well because came right into the bottom of that third element, and she just never moved and gave the horse every chance to get his feet out of that very close to the fence spot. Gosh, I'm impressed with these Austrian kids. They've done a really lovely job. Keep it up. Good, well done. Strong Frenchman. César de Haute-Crête. And he's still having to say, look out, slow down, because this is water and we don't go too fast into water. Whoa! That's why we don't go too fast into water. But he didn't care at all. He said, I'm big, I'm strong, I can stand up even if I get down on my knees in the water jump. He absolutely knows it all, this horse. Must be quite worrying to ride him. He's only 10 years old, but wonderful attitude. Difficult to ride, though, when they're like that.
So final team rider for Sweden away, Aris Klarfeldt and Anna Lander D, Dutch-bred mare. 34.8 the dressage. A score in for Godfrey Gibbons and Milton Free Spirit. 7 minutes 18 seconds, well inside the optimum time. So he will finish in at least 9th place overnight. He's on the same score as Father's Compromise and Finn Healy, but Finn closer to the optimum time takes him 1 space ahead in 8th. It's looking good on the leaderboard at the moment because lying in 6th, 7th and 8th, it is the British riders Holly Clark, Jasmine Underwood and Finn Healy, with 2 riders at the top of that leaderboard that could threaten them, and we're looking at one of them. That is Matthias Ruder at the start. Next go overnight leaders after the dressage, 25.2. We saw Kai Ruder earlier out on course, son of the former European team gold medalist from the Mullen at the European Championships back in 2019. Matthias Ruder got some good stock breeding. Bon Ton, he rides in just a few seconds. Back with the Swedish team rider. Well, Alice Klarfeldt goes up the hill, coming to the bunker in the meantime. This is Elsie Bourget and César de Hautecrête.
She's got him in control a bit more now. I wonder how she's going to manage this water, because he was firing away at the last water. Just seems to have managed to settle him. And sometimes they get better as they go on, sometimes they get stronger. Oh, good boy. Well done. He wasn't quite sure. They just take a double look at those white stones. They're just not always sure about it.
Back up to Alice Klarfeldt and Anne-Rolanda D.
There is finally a tiny slip, but not a big one.
Another one going that outside line. It has been pretty much 50-50 that have gone inside and outside the whole day long.
Interesting, isn't it?
Checking his watch in cool style over the first.
That's cool, I know.
Just to make sure the watch is working.
Yeah.
Matthias Ruder, Bon Ton, he is the leader, 25.2, part of the German team. I mean, we've watched Kai Stefan Ruder over the years, and he is such a stylish rider. Over the first two, I mean, he looked just like he was a chip off the old block.
Yes. That's probably the last fence to have to worry about, but there's 3 more to go, and you never ever take them for granted, because things go wrong the moment you relax.
Yeah, down to the water for Sweden. This is Alice Klarfeldt.
Amazing. Great little bits of footwork and half trot strides before he jumped in, but he was never not going, was he? He was right on it.
Well, here we have Matthias Ruder, Bon Ton down to 5. Well, not only Kai Stefan Meyer in father, but based at Arville in Belgium. And of course, Lara de Liederkircher-Meyer, wife of Kai Stefan Meyer. It's a pretty good team they've got, and Arville hosting a number of events, Nations Cups and show jumping. They do it all from their base in Belgium. We talked about earlier, as we just watched Matthias Ruder coming down to 7, we talked about one of the early riders in the juniors in Leda Neighbour, and I said about Alice Neighbour-Lozeman. She's actually daughter of Gert Neighbour and Alice Neighbour-Lozeman, so that is why I was getting that all sort of tied up. But Gert Neighbour and Alice Neighbour-Lozeman, mother and father of the young rider that went round one of the, I think, 4th out of the start box this morning. It's fascinating.
Family
a little bit
tree,
like you
wonderful.
as well with Lissa, you know.
Yeah, it's lovely.
And it's just it's incredible. Emily King, Mary, and Lissa, and Lucinda, and I mean, who knows?
Whoa, another one who's lost his, this time, the right foreleg on the bank, but it didn't interrupt his balance, did it at all? No, the family trees are wonderful, but you're so good at saying all those European names that I can't say, so I'm terribly happy you're doing it. Interests me, this guy, because yes, he's stylish, but he's not ever got enough weight in his heels, in my view. And he's almost pointing his toes down, and I look at his long thighs and think he needs a saddle that gives his long thighs more room to come forward. He's almost on a dressage saddle there, which he isn't, but it's more that shape. Just interests me, because he's got a lovely way of riding, but the lower leg is so vital, and having the weight down through the heel and not letting the toe take it.
Well, Matthias Ruder clearly jumped through the 2 corners at 11. Coming down to the Bailey's Horse Feeds Water.
Well done. see that.
Fantastically designed course, being ridden superbly by the German rider Matthias Oederer.
Well, for Belgium, the last to go in the team for Belgium, this is Lander van den Broek and Keiman van der Kulderies in the team. 12-year-old gelding. This Belgian warm blood up to the third. They bring forward the dressage. Good score, 31.3. Holds them in good contention. And it's moved them up the leaderboard. In fact, they start in 10th place, having had a few problems with those above them already.
Another strong one at the beginning of the course. We'll watch to see how he settles. Certainly doesn't look twice at either of these two that have caused their fair share of looks from the horses.
Well, they go to the 6th of the 21 fences, the Hartpury Equine Academy Acorn, which we can't see just behind the tree there.
It's a roof jump, isn't it? A little owl hole we
Yeah.
have to go through. It's clearly not caused any trouble yet. It was optically a bit of a challenge jumping through an owl hole type fence. So he looks like he's doing Ginny's line round. Oh, we're not going to see it, never mind.
Matthias Ruder at the bunker.
Super. Lovely horse, lovely rider. Might let him run up this hill and get rid of a bit of that excess energy.
So Matthias back at the bunker. And that was a few moments ago, just past his 5-minute marker on this 7-minute 32 track. And we'll watch him go down. These are moments ago, just running
Yes.
down to the Hartpury shields in the water.
He didn't look twice, did he? That horse, he absolutely took it in his stride, like most of them have, but we have had one or two. And I go back to my thing that white and water, for some horses, doesn't read well. And we had one at Osborne
So our latest
Three-Star last year.
combination to go away from the
80%
start gate,
jump
it
was
is
brilliant,
Rena van der Kalk,
20% time all over it.
Dutch rider, 36.2
Yeah.
dressage, and over the first one.
Unita, French, Dutch, sorry, Netherlands team. Beautiful orange, how could that be anything but Dutch?
So dressage 36.2. They start off in 22nd place after the 2 mornings of dressage. Bonton and Matthias Ruder heading towards home. He's just got a couple of fences left to jump. It'll be an interesting one. It doesn't look like he's been too far away from his minute markers out there on the course, and he's certainly not held up on putting his foot on the accelerator.
Huge pressure to run as the winner of the dressage phase. Every stride you take, you think, is this going to be the stride I tip over, or is this going to be the fence I run out at? It's a huge pressure, and he's handled it so well so far.
Well, just waiting for the Dutch rider to come down to 7. Here they come, flashing through the trees. Can't miss the grey and the orange colours. Coming down to the oxer, that brush oxer at 7.
Looking to see how close.
And there is our overnight dressage leader, Matthias Ruder. Bonton punches the air. And as you can see, 7 minutes 22 seconds, so 10 seconds inside the optimum time. He will be in gold medal position going forwards to the show jumping, but there is that final horse inspection in the morning as well to contend with. But for now, we see him as our overnight leader.
Lovely flying change. Beautiful balance canter, but then didn't really get his head up and see the fence, which often happens if a horse is well on the bit, and he was. They don't just see as well, and he was quite surprised as he got to that fence and suddenly, goodness, where did that come from? You have to be very careful with the horse that actually goes on the bit and just shake his head up a bit because he can't see. His bottom half of his eye is his distance vision. If he's on the bit, he isn't seeing the fence. Nice canter, beautiful balance. Now get your head up and look at what you're doing. Yeah, that's it, head goes up, looks, but they don't know that bank really is going to catch them. You just have to be there with a bit of power in your canter to make sure the jump is big enough. Power, not speed. And again, slowing down to get into the water, finding the balance. It's a different balance a horse needs when he's cantering through water, just like you running through it. And because there's a lot of time, they have time to find their balance. They also have time to run out, time to go to sleep if you're the rider. Uh-oh, what's happening here for Holland? I think we jumped the first corner and maybe couldn't quite get the turn to the second, and this is where the red flag was taken out. And I think they jumped the wrong side. That was no question of that, jump between the flags. But it's the same fence we watched replayed earlier when the red flag was jumped on the wrong side. It must be on your right.
Yeah, that is confirmed now.
He's got his head, now he's getting his head up to look. Yeah, well done. Big jump in, well sat, and really, really well rebalanced, because there was a split second there when you were going to be in trouble.
Well, here comes Isabel Cook with Mexican Law lying in silver medal position. It's her very first European Championships. This is a 10-year-old by Billy Mexico, owned by Jim Chromiak and mother, Christina Cook, a homebred by mother at the 5th.
And Billy Mexico, the dad of this horse, belonging to her great mate, Pippa Funnel, and her husband, William, who have the Billy stud, very successful show jumping stud and also eventing. So this one's dad is Billy Mexico.
Well, Izzy at 7. Creeps round the corner. A lot of supporters running to see her jump that next fence, which is off to her right-hand side as she climbs the hill. And one fence before the next combination fence is the Elite Stallion Saw Bench at 8. Well, formerly ridden by Isabel's mother, Tina Cook, up to 4-star level. Going on the slight outside line. We know that the time is achievable going on that outside line.
Rena van der Kolk for Netherlands. Oops, and another one that just trips on that middle element, but very quick recovery of both horse and rider to rebalance and refocus at the skinny. Well done.
Just going back to that, Lucinda, did we look at that? Did we take note of that when we walked it yesterday?
100%.
You did? Did you look at the lip as well?
Because I've always worried when you're jumping up a level.
Uphill.
Excellent, keep going. That's it. This is feel the horse is beginning to say, I think it's time to
final
get home, but he
combination
doesn't
then
look
for
tired.
Well, this is the last to go
from the start
in the team for Italy. This is Carlotta Sacchetti with Barnadown Who's Who.
And now the
14-year-old by Ricardo.
That's fence 2 for them.
It's Irish Sport Horse Gelding.
And
they are our final combination out on course for the Italians, jumping the thirds. So as they gallop away, Isabel Cook, Mexican Law.
Whoa, look at that for a beauty. A lovely pat and a thank you as he sails out of that water jump.
I expect Tina is amazingly nervous down there at the start. She's so supportive, and Althea here as well, in Tina's mother and Isabel's grandmother. Althea, a hugely successful show jumper in her time as well.
Yes, I remember her well. She's a beautiful rider, Althea. So Carlotta doing a great job. That tail has gone white from the white leg grease that's on all the front of all 4 of his legs. Barnadown is the site of the Go for Gold sale in Ireland, so who knows if he didn't come from there.
So Carlotta Sacchetti and Barnadown, who's who, on to 7. The brush oxer.
Very well sat, well balanced, and Isabel, where she got to?
She's at the bunker.
Careful little trot stride down he did. Whoops! No, I thought I saw a leg going onto the edge of the bank, but it just did not disturb him one little bit. He's too old a hand to make that mistake.
And on to the final fence. This is Rena van der Kolk and Inita for the Netherlands. Good round for them as well. Team rider for the Netherlands. We'll get her time just as soon as we can. I think it was 7 minutes 58 seconds, so a few time penalties. Back to Isabel Cook.
Only 10 years old, Mexican law, so he wouldn't have all the experience in the world. We've had a good start in life with Mum Tina, bringing him through the grades, and lovely to see Izzy taking him on and doing such a great job. She doesn't look like a junior, she looks like a senior already.
No, she really does, and looking very stylish out there on the cross country. I've got a little bit of information to bring you, but I'm not bringing it to just yet. But a run out by the looks of things at the second of those corners for Carlotta Sacchetti and Barnadown, who's who. Just rather took the left rein, ran straight past the corner.
It's a fairly tight right-angle turn from one corner to the next, and they've just had a lovely open fence before it, so it's quite a clever design by Eric Winter. And no problem on the retake, but yes, it gets a little remember, don't do that again. Slap. Isabel beautifully through that final combination, looking very much as if they are at ease with this course.
Well, she's just got 3 fences left to jump, Isabel Cook. And Mexican law, the rural planning practice Woodside, the British equestrian ditch plank, and the Hartpury alumni finale.
Oh, good boy. He's a big horse. There's a lot of power in this horse, even if he isn't high, but he looks as if he's high as well. And it's a tall order for a junior to come to these championships and wagon such a big, strong horse. And I think she's done a marvellous job. Well done, her.
Isabel Cook, and then I will tell you the news. Isabel Cook and Mexican law go clear of the last, and they stop the clock. It'll be an interesting time for them. It's about to come in 7 minutes 20. There is Tina, and there is Zany King as well, who's been grooming for the British team all week. Absolutely fantastic scenes. Isabel Cook and Mexican law. The news I was going to bring you is that Mexican law was here last year in the 3-day event and fell with Tina, a couple from home. So I was holding my breath because 12 months on, they're back with Izzy in the saddle. But that was tremendous. What a round.
I'm so glad you didn't ruin our enjoyment of
No, I waited right to the end.
Thank you. Great job. Well done. And I love the way she pulled up. No punching of the air, just pulled up sensibly, kept him trotting, but on the contact so he didn't lose balance. The punching of the air is understandable, but it's not a good thing when it comes to trying to keep your somewhat tired horse in balance when he pulls up.
Well, coming to the bunker now, this is Carlotta Sacchetti and Barnadown, who's who, the final combination out on course. Carrying those 20 penalties from the second of those corners at 11.
Very much in control now, having been the one that was tanking along at the start. Well done, Carlotta.
So fabulous that Isabel Cook clear inside the time, 12 seconds inside. She remains in her
interesting.
trouble.
Just I wanted to interrupt you because she started kicking before she even got past this tree on the left of our screen. So she obviously knew there would be a problem, but what's so fascinating, we can't really tell why. They're sliding out because they meet it square on. But they look to find the sliding out to the right so easy, and I need to go in there and walk it because I don't understand that. It just looks like when they've got it, when they haven't got it, they just slide out, and I can't tell why it's happening. But she knew she had a problem because she was on him early on.
Well, just to confirm that Isabel Cook, having jumped clear inside the time, will hold on to her overnight silver from yesterday. She will go into the show jumping, or the first horse inspection. We always forget about that little speed bump.
The speed bump it is, you're so right. Horse inspection at the beginning of the whole competition, and then again after the cross country tomorrow morning before they come out to show jump.
Well, she will go into the show jumping in silver medal behind the German, but it's so incredibly tight at the top.
Almost so well in control that he's lost his engine. Interesting,
fence.
going round the outside of the arch to get a different line to the final wall. We haven't seen too many do that, but we haven't seen a lot of people jump that fence.
And we've got one fence separating the top four in the individual standings.
At fence 18, but they
and I think we're going to see not dissimilar margins in the... In fact, well, it couldn't be tighter. 1 mark separating Team Germany and Team Great Britain from the gold. It is 88.8 for Team Germany, 87.8 rather for Team Germany, and 88.8 for Team GB. Down in third, Ireland, they retain their third, their bronze medal going into the show jumping, 95.7. But you know what? It can all change in that show jumping phase so quickly. We hope that you can tune in and join us for that final phase. Looks like Paul Tapner there already doing some de-rigging, taking down some wires. He's not hanging around. So as they come to the end of the course, the Italian rider at the final fence now, Carlotta Soggetti and Barnadown, who's who. Few jumping penalties. She looks disappointed with that, waiting all day to go in that fourth spot in the Italian team. And you never want to let your team down. You never want to let yourself or the horse down, but it doesn't always go right.
So we can bring you the
I think a lovely horse, a lovely horse for the future, but still a strong package for a 17-year-old or however old she might be to ride.
Well, it has been an action-packed morning of cross-country for the Junior European Championships here at Hartpury University and College in the heart of Gloucestershire. It has been thrills and spills as well. We've seen great rounds. We've seen disappointing times out there on Eric Winter's cross-country course, and we've still got more to come. Don't forget the young riders. They start at 1:30 and we'll be here following all of the action. Matthias Ruder for Germany leads going into the show jumping tomorrow in gold medal position 25.2, with Great Britain's Isabel Cook and Mexican Law in second, 26.6. Third for Germany, Smilla, Amelie Philip, and that is a great result. Bronze medal position going into the show jumping, 28.8, with Julia Margarita Vilma Pavesi in fourth, 29.1. One fence, though, separating the top five, in fact. 5 horses. Hedda Volga in fifth for Germany on 29.2. Holly Clark, Jasmine Underwood, Finn Healy, Great Britain, 6th, 7th, 8th there. All within touching distance of that gold medal. It's going to be very, very close at the top. The member of the VWH Pony Club, Jamie Saville, what a round she had. 32.2 lies in 11th place. Lucy Marcel in 12th for France. Julia Adams for Ireland. Matti Garlix for Belgium. It is all to play for. But let's go back and have a look at some of those rounds, Lucinda, of our top 3, because it has been incredible to watch.
It's been actually quite a privilege to watch the way these juniors have come out and taken on this not straightforward two-star Eric Winter course. Eric Winter, remember, builds and designs a brilliant badminton.
That is Matthias Ruder, who will go into the show jumping in gold medal position tomorrow, but not a fence separating the top 5 horses. Pressure will be on.
Look at that horse's ears.
A great expression on this horse's face.
Beautiful expression. We both hit that at the same second. He's so on it, but he's well ridden. I mean, he's been given a huge amount of confidence over the time that he's been with Matthias. Dear horse, well done.